Good morning, friends. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert, amazing, rambunctious trader, Tom Sabo.
Rambunctious. I love that. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Welcome, everybody in the chat. And hello to Abhishek and Trevor and Nate and Magnus and Aaron and everybody at MyFundedTV. Good morning, Terry. It's so good to see you every day here. We're so much energy, positive vibes, even in this crazy market, right?
Oh my gosh, exactly. It is so crazy. It has been challenging to say the least. Let's get started. I can share the schedule.
Let's see it.
Today is Wednesday. You are watching Terry and Tom on the morning push. At 10 to 10:30, you'll have Pine Tree Trader. At 10:30 to 11:30, you'll have a feast. And then at 11:30 to 12:30, you'll have Husk and Methodical Man, who are in a trading competition against each other. At 12:30 to 1:30, you have Matt Coward. And that is the schedule for today.
Thank you, Terry. I must say my money is still on Husk, although I don't know how they are doing, but yeah, we have to check on them soon.
Yes, we do. I can't wait to check.
Oh yeah, so let's see the charts. Let's see what happened so far today. I mean, let me just switch this. So this is the 5-minute chart here. I was not trading in London session. I had some other business to take care of. But as far as I look back, and again, this is just a 5-minute. We're going to talk about what happened, of course, overnight. But this is consolidation at its best. The London session doesn't look good. I'm actually feeling like a little bit blessed by not being here in the London session. And ever since then, since 7, like we had some comments regarding the Iran war and the ceasefire deal, which we're going to talk about again. It seems like there are some attacks. Terry is going to talk about it a little bit later. But regarding the chart, I must tell you guys, there was nothing and there is nothing. So no supply. So on my end, if you guys are new, if anyone is new in the chat, I must say I'm all about supply and demand zones. So I'm looking for a price to dodge between these levels. And right now I don't see anything on NQ. Nothing, absolutely nothing. No demand zone, no supply zone. Check the 5-minute, the 15-minute, everything. There's nothing I really like, although there is a level which we're going to talk about, the 15-minute level, which is below previous day high. I'm going to talk about that later. But to focus on the current range here, there's nothing I could go for. Consolidation, and seems like the market is definitely focused on the news, on the comments. So I wish I could tell you guys a level that, oh my gosh, this is what I'm going to go for. This is what I'm but no, the 1-minute demand zone is still here. It got tagged here. Then this was Pete Hex that was commenting here, and I think there was some attacks on a pipeline from Saudi Arabia, but Terry knows more about this. So the price dropped down from like 239 down to 161. The zone is still active. It has not been taken out, the 1-minute demand zone. And now we're slowly pushing back to London high, which has already been taken out. So guys, usually I always coming out with some kind of a level. Like I'm telling you guys, this is the level that we should go for. This is what we should do. But right now, there's just nothing. But I would say I would be looking for possible shorts. So if we go out to the 15-minute chart, we have the VWAP down there, of course. We have Asia low. We have some other levels here, but like the only thing we could go for, and I'm still like short biased a little bit, and I'm going to talk about it later why. So there is another well, a 15-minute demand zone down there. Actually, let me tell you the number exactly. It's not going to be super accurate, but it's down there at 112. So maybe I'm going to be looking for possible shorts to break the 1-minute demand zone and lower. I'm not looking to enter a long position, that's for sure. And as for gold, same situation, kind of choppy right here. Swept the lows, pushing higher. No level that I like. And of course, gold is always more riskier nowadays. It can absolutely wipe you out there. But I think, let me check something there. Okay, nothing. So that's not a level. Well, we do have a very minor and small 4-minute supply zone up there on gold, which has not been tagged yet. So it's up there at 48.38. Yeah, quite interesting level. But that's on the 4-minute. We might try to tag that level. But then, I don't know, it's a typical no trade area for me. So I'm sorry, but gold, not seeing anything good there. And as for ES, the usual situation, it's following up nicely with NQ. Kind of, well, we are at above 6,800, and there's not even a 15-minute level that I could go for. So there's no demand zone here on the 15-minute. We are in the middle of nothing, middle of nowhere, guys. I'm going to be focusing on NQ. It's going to be a scalping session again. We talked about this yesterday too. It's good for scalpers. I think this is the kind of market what scalpers are looking for, especially on the 1-minute or lower time frames. But if it will drop, hopefully, then maybe I will try to chase an extra 10, 15, 20 points. But right now, I'm just sitting on my hands. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
NQ is already up almost 860 points already.
It's
very
quite a bit
difficult.
of a move. Oh, yes. Yeah, it is. It is.
It really is. What about crude? What do you think about crude?
Yeah, so crude, it was also interesting. So the thing that's happened, of course, it was the ceasefire announcement after the reopen. And obviously everything reacted to the news. It technically looks okay and it looks good. We'll see how much the ceasefire will going to engage these peace talks, and mostly everybody is asking, like, what about the oil, right? So how many ships are going to be able to go through at the Strait of Hormuz? Right now, the reaction is okay. This is how the market sees this, and obviously this was expected. So oil prices were expected to drop quite a bit, but it's not changing the big picture. So as I was saying on yesterday, was I talking about it on Monday? Maybe on Monday. Anyway, so the experts are in the energy sector are still saying, even though if there would be a complete peace deal made right now, there's a huge issue with supply, and reserves are depleted, and it seems like there's no plan for now how many ships are going to leave that area or can go through. So there's going to be definitely an issue there. And it's as I was explaining, it's a little bit like a nuclear blast. Like their attack was the blast itself, but the shockwave is going to come much later. So because there's a supply issue in crude, prices are expected to push higher. Like how far can we drop? Who knows? But there's a gap here up there at 109. I'm expecting that gap to be closed. Not just because there's a gap, but also because fundamentally speaking, there is going to be a supply issue. It's not a question like, is it going to happen? The question is when. And the when is going to be in about 2 to 3 weeks. That's what the experts are saying. And so maybe like not today, not tomorrow, not this week, but like maybe next week. And after that, we could see a possible surge in oil prices again. And that's going to be the real shockwave. Hopefully not that much, but that's what they're saying. But right now, I wouldn't do anything with crude oil. I mean, it's just, we do see some swing lows here. Even if I would trade it, I would not take a short on this. So no. No.
It's already down over 18% negative. And I do believe with funded accounts, we cannot trade within a certain percentage of circuit breakers. So just a heads up on that. incredible. It's almost down 20% in just one day. So the headlines that came out, in case you missed it last night, Trump and Iran came to a ceasefire deal. Both sides announced that, yes, in fact, there is a ceasefire. And however, we are getting some conflicting headlines this morning. There are some reports of bombing. I see the latest one that came out at 8:21 Eastern Standard Time. Saudi Arabia's vital east-west oil pipeline carrying crude from the Gulf to the Red Sea for export has been attacked. So we shall see, but lots of headlines all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's you got to read between the lines sometimes. And of course, it's always a good thing to have a ceasefire, but how long will it last? And will it end with the possible deal or something? Because as I said, it could lead to a much deeper energy crisis, which is going to affect obviously every market and like everything in the world. But a ceasefire is not the end. I mean, unfortunately, this is not the end goal. The ceasefire is just a temporary solution, and who knows if Iran or Israel, I don't know if they just get up tomorrow and say like, we don't care, we're just going to fire a rocket again. And that's not good. We never know about these countries, like what's going to happen, and let's just hope for the best.
Yes, exactly. Hope for the best and adjust. I heard you say, Tom, that your plan is to scalp. So taking into consideration the market conditions, you're seeing these market conditions and all these headlines. It sounds like your plan is, all right, adjusting, we're scalping, we're just focusing on scalping.
Yeah. If I see like a 10, 15 or 20 points, I might gonna go for it. The problem right now is that if I'm focusing, like usually when I go for my quote unquote usual trades, like maybe sometimes I even I'm looking forward to hold like a trade intraday as an intraday swing position. Sometimes I do hold trades for hours. Maybe I have no problem with that with 1 or 2 micros. In this case, I don't see levels that I can go for. And we have all these news, and still everybody's waiting for Trump to tweet something or have some news from Iran. So we're pretty much in a geopolitical turmoil here. And, what we can do is just obviously size down either way, even if you're scalping. But looking at the 1 minute chart, I'm looking at even the 15-second chart right now. And if I see that extra 10, 15 points, I will jump in. Who knows? Yeah.
All right. I can quickly go over some more news as far as scheduled news and need to know market risk. So following the U.S. and Iran's temporary ceasefire agreement, a surge of confidence rushed across global markets, raising equities, bonds, and causing the largest reduction in oil prices in years. And so that is from Financial Juice. As far as scheduled news, we have 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, crude oil inventories. That'll be really interesting to see how the market reacts to that if you trade crude. And then at 1 p.m., we have FOMC member speaking. And then, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have FOMC meeting minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's going to be interesting. Oh, yeah.
You're like,
Okay. I didn't even see that. FOMC meeting minutes. Okay, now that should be the kicker, but who knows? We got to watch out for Trump's daily schedule as well. We were just talking about it earlier in my stream. Like, I think, on Financial Juice, there you can follow up Trump's daily schedule. So we might be only trading when he's super busy.
Yes, you brought up the schedule, and you're like, okay, when is he in a meeting? when is he not able to tweet or answer questions?
Yeah, we should go with that. And obviously, he's not the one who personally writes those tweets, but obviously somebody from his staff is always next to him. But like, we got to make sure that he is really busy with like some meetings or whatever. And then maybe we can scalp.
Yes, that sounds like a plan. I do see we're closer to 64,000 subs.
Oh my gosh, that is great. Let's see the numbers, by the way, just for a quick second there. I wanted to check it right at the start anyways. We are having 97 likes. Thank you. I love to see that we're always making that extra. I mean, we're making that 100, so we just need to make an extra 100 until 10 a.m. So make sure to smash the likes, everybody. We need to get to 200 until 10. If you're watching us on X or TikTok, just a few clicks away, please hop over to YouTube, smash the like, do subscribe. Almost at 64K, by the way. 70K extra giveaway. 80K, oh my gosh, even more giveaway, and who knows, maybe some performances as well, I don't know, but the thing is, we're
The
looking
dance.
forward, the dance, the singing, everything, guys. There's going to be a huge show here at MyFundedTV, so let's get to 70K real quick. But thank you very much for the support. YouTube loves the likes, so make sure to smash it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can go over the current promos.
Yeah, let's see the promos.
All right, here we go. So I am going to type in the best discount code. If you love our show and you love us, type in code YouTube for the best discounts. Every time you do that, it does help to support the channel. So it is 20% off all of the Rapid accounts. Instead of paying $157, you get to pay only $125.60, saving $31 and 40 cents for the daily payout plan. This is the Rapid plan. If you love daily payouts and you love quick, rapid, fast, this is your plan. And the Pro plan is 30% off also, even better discount. You will save $68.10 using code YouTube off of the 50K plan. Yeah, so those are our current discounts.
Do we still have the welcome bonus on the Pro? I don't know if we still have that or not.
I think we might.
I think we might just have that. Yeah, as far as we know, there is still a welcome bonus on the Pro account as well. Yeah. So if you feel like you would like to risk a little bit more and you're more confident with the Big Daddy accounts there, and if you're a brand new customer at MyFundedFutures, you can get a 50% off from that too.
Yes, exactly, which is such a great deal. And if I were a brand new customer to MyFundedFutures and I get 50% off any of the Pro plans, I would pick the Big Daddy account here because it's rare that these accounts go on sale at 50% off. So I would pick this one if I were you. Yes.
It's definitely a great value. And by the way, almost forgot to say that we are still looking for good stories. If you have a good journey, an awesome journey to share with us, even your first payout ever here at MyFundedFutures, please apply for an interview. If you would like to get on to MyFundedTV live here and share your journey, your story, that would be super awesome. Also, if you feel like you would like to join the team as a co-host here at MyFundedTV, because we are getting better, bigger, stronger. We're expanding the show, and we are looking for new hosts as well, and new energy, new vibes. So make sure to apply. There's going to be a form. I think Abhishek or Magnus is going to put it there in the chat. Make sure to apply, and we would love to have you here on the stream.
Yes, we absolutely would love to have you here. We are growing out our team. And speaking of that, let me share a latest long form content video.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this is Trading Patiently. He will be doing a series. So every other week, a new video is dropping about how to start trading with MyFundedFutures. And we're talking about how to even buy the account, how to get, how to pull up the platform, because for new traders, you might not know how to do this. So if you guys know anyone that's interested in learning how to trade futures, prop firms, you can go and share this video or watch it yourself.
Oh, yeah. Let's watch it. Are we watching it? We're watching it? I think we are.
Oh, we're watching it, but you couldn't hear it.
Oh, yeah. I think maybe your desktop is muted. That's why.
Okay, here we go.
What if I told you that you could get funded to trade futures in as little as 2 days, request payouts daily, and keep up to 90% of your profits? Today, I'm going to walk you through the complete process to getting started as a trader with MyFundedFutures. This is just episode 1 of our full A to Z guide on how to start trading with MyFundedFutures.
Yeah, so the second episode drops on Sunday, you guys. Yes. Wanted to share that with you. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yes, I can. Yeah, I was muted. I wanted to make sure. I just wanted to say, like, these videos are so great. It's like a complete guideline how to trade with MyFundedFutures and what to look for. You know, the small perks and features that you can have at MyFundedTV. MyFundedFutures as well. MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. Yeah.
Yeah.
So make sure to check it.
Exactly. So on Sunday, I'm seeing some comments saying. MyFundedFutures said that you were speechless, Tom.
I was speechless. I was like, this is, I mean, guys, this is super cool professional videos, by the way. I love it. And it's just so great that there's going to be a whole series of this. So
yeah.
We got to step up. And by the way, speaking of clips, we still have the clip competition. It will be ongoing. There's a $5,000 prize pool there. So, you know, there's a link.
Yes!
Abhishek or Terry will share it, or Magnus, you guys can share it, the link in the chat. So if you would love to, or if you like creating small videos, make sure to check it out. Because if you create these clips and, you know, if your clip is going to make it to the socials of MyFundedFutures, you know, you're going to get paid after every 1,000 views, which, like, we kind of figured out with Nate here that some of you guys will be able to make like $100 easy, you know, if your clip gets onto the socials. So, you know, be creative, send in your clip, no AI, please. And the details are there, and, you know, make some extra money.
Has anyone submitted yet? Type in 1 if you've submitted. I'm so curious. This could be the beginning of your content creator career. Wouldn't that be cool?
Oh yeah, that is super good. I think it's just a great idea from MyFundedFutures to partially, quote unquote, outsource it a little bit, because now we get to know even more creative people, and maybe even like some funny, cool clips. It could be educational. It could be from MyFundedTV, you know, small segment, small videos from any segment that you like, or even it could be just a review segment, a review video from you as well. So you can do it. I mean, you can just record a small or short review video. But anyway, we're looking forward to it.
Yes. And you can be super creative, right? Do it any way you want, in your style, which is, to me, is what I love about content creating. You can do it any way you want. And you can look at other people's content and see, okay, what is working, what isn't. Do you ever do that, Tom?
Well, yeah, because I just love to browse all over social media, and it just amazes me. Yeah, really. I mean, it's so many things happened in the last couple of years. Sometimes, of course, I do feel like we talked about this, like trading wise, it could be having some negative effects, but otherwise, you know, all the creative stuff that I see on X, on YouTube as well, like lots of good video like editors, creators out there. So yeah, I used to browse around.
Yeah. So the market is going to open in about 6 minutes. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so far we are still in the range and nothing is really happening. So that's the thing. I wish I could tell otherwise. We are actually, I'm definitely going to be looking for more drop here. London low is at 134, and the more I'm eyeballing with 134, the more it kind of makes me think that that level looks really good. So right now we are at 206. And yeah, I really want to see it go down to 134 right now, but nothing is happening. We are definitely in the middle of this range on the 1 minute. I haven't even switched to the 5 minute yet. So, you know, absolutely in the middle. Like I'm not using volume profile in the middle, but I guess this would be some sort of a point of control, at least on the 5 or 15 minute time frame. So yeah, it is. But so far, yeah, how much time? Yeah, less than 5 minutes to go. Let me just check something on the 1 hour chart. So this is the 1 hour, quite a bit of a push up here. And let's just go to the left here and see what's here on the left. So the latest swing high, or the previous swing high, sorry, was on the 11th of March. Yeah, that was a Wednesday, and the Tuesday on the 10th. So I'm just kind of looking for any possible level, like, for example, a good supply zone. By the way, there is one. So let me just zoom in here. It's just an interesting observation. So this here, Let me just point this out. These three bullish candles, these are actually, that's actually a supply zone. And let me just tell you guys why. And it's very easy. Three bullish candles picking up some liquidity from this swing high, from this push, and then immediately, obviously this was some sort of a news release or Trump commenting or whatever, but then immediately dropping down and actually switching the market into a bearish scenario. And this happened on the 26th of February. Now, what makes it a little bit interesting is that this level has not been tagged yet, which is usually what I like to look for. So you can name it order block or supply zone, whichever you like, or you can come up with your own fantasy name for it. But it starts at 571.75. And if you just go back to the current time here, now you can see that we're not too far away. So that's the level up there, 571. Now, this kind of gives me some ideas. For example, if we would strongly push up there, what's the distance? And I'm still on the 1 hour chart here. So that's like 343 points away. So you know what? If we have a strong push above 300 and we're just going to keep on going sideways and the momentum kicks in, like we're going to see a continuation on this strong bullish move, then why not go for 500?
Well, there's a form.
There's the form, everybody. There's the form. I got this question earlier in my stream as well. How are the giveaways working? Super simple. You just fill out the information, your email and YouTube name in the form, and you have a chance to get rolled for a prize, I think by the end of our segment. But make sure to be here. And once the winners are announced, make sure to react quickly, or at least in a minute, because it's going to be a re-roll then. So make sure to stay and look for the winners. All right. The winners' names are going to be randomly picked and going to be announced in the chat.
In the chat, exactly. So you do have to pay attention. And we don't know when exactly. Yeah. It's usually sometime within our segment it happens. So good luck, everyone.
Yeah, good luck, everybody. And again, stay focused also on the chat as well, because you never know when the winners are going to be announced. And good luck to everybody, of course.
Yes, good luck. And it's just fun to meet some new trading friends.
Oh yeah, we love that. And again, I went back down to the 1 minute chart here, and this just kind of confirms me, like, okay, we're not gonna do anything. Well, focusing on one. Yeah, I'm gonna focus on 134 still. I love that London low down there. I do like that. We have midnight. We have midnight level there. We have the VWAP. We have London low. Even if we push higher, I feel like 134 is like a good level to go for. So yeah, why not?
Okay.
And we have the 15-minute demand for short. Yeah. For short. Short. I might not gonna jump in right now. What's the distance? 60 points. It's nothing. Yesterday it spiked 60 points at the open in the first minute.
Yeah.
So
okay, I'm thinking people are going to take profits. So I'm hopping in short. I'm short.
You're hopping in short?
Yeah. I think people will take profits. This is what I think.
I hopped in a short as well. I hopped into a short as well. And let's see how this is gonna go.
Just that initial. We're wrong.
I got taken out. I'm out too. It was a small position, but I'm out.
That was our probe trade.
Yeah, that was a probe trade. Actually, let's see.
Fast.
That was super fast. That was super fast. Only with 2 micros, but I got instantly spiked out. Of course.
Yeah, I was in 2 too.
I still like the idea to drop, and you know what? I might even take another chance on this and jump in. I'm back in as well. I'm back in as a.
Are you in 2 or are you in more?
I'm at 2 micros currently. And yeah, I'm back in, and my target is going to be 141 down there.
Okay. I'm at 148.
140. 148 is your TP. Okay, let's see. I think this was the initial spike higher, and let me put a stop loss somewhere. Okay, I put a stop at 238. And we'll see what happens from here. I might even going to add One more micro.
Do you know what it was? It was a headline that came in. India and China began ordering immediate shipments of Iranian crude after the announcement of a 2-week ceasefire agreement between Iran and U.S. press TV. So that came in right at when we went in short.
Oh, so that happened. All right.
Here we go. Let's go. Our trade's working, Tom.
Yeah, so far so good. I'm adding one more micro to this trade because I just feel like London low is gonna get smashed. At least I hope so. 41.75. Let me just add this properly.
Go. I would think we should at least see 3%. So we're at 3.21% right now. It's going.
Let's go. Come on. 41.75. Come on. Oh my gosh. It's not taking. Okay, let's go. We took it.
Yay!
Yay. I managed to get back the loss, and congratulations for Terry. Oh my gosh, this was amazing. Nice. Small mistake on the first minute there, but so
that was a headline.
That was a headline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a headline.
Okay, so I managed to recover the loss, and I'm up $107, which is, hey, money is money, you know. That's
yes, exactly. Oh my gosh, Tom, we're becoming quite the experts at trading the open.
You know, well, maybe we should also do like, because it's all about risk management. So I could have just gone in with a mini, and then I could have wiped out maybe my whole account, which I didn't want it to do. But like, it's always, you know, size small and have a stop loss, right?
Yes, exactly. And I love your trading style that you've shown us of the probe trade. Like, go in small size. Let's see what happens, and then you kind of step it up. That is part of your strategy. I've been watching you, Tom.
Yeah, Terry.
I'm taking notes.
She's there. She's taking notes, and obviously the thing is, and by the way, I'm just saying, London low is still there at 134. By the way, it's still there, and I'm kind of tempted to take another 10 points, but I'm late. I'm too late now. Okay, it's got taken out. So
going.
I was almost jumping in for an extra 10 points. Oh, wow.
Oh, look at it go. Okay, we are still up about 3.14%. If we do see 3%, we should go lower. VWAP is at 25,068 about.
Yeah, let's see. 25, 68, 67. Yeah, exactly. We still have the 15-minute demand zone. There's only one small issue with the 15-minute demand zone is that nothing. It's fine. Okay, I thought that it has been tagged already, but it's not. So let me put this here correctly. Oh my gosh, maybe I'm going to jump into another short. Who knows? So the 15-minute demand zone is at 111.25. That's where it starts, and it has not been tagged, and it's a valid zone, guys. So what I will be doing, I'm switching back to the 1 minute here, and this has been completely taken out here on the 1 minute. So that's done. London low has been swept. We still have midnight. And we have the midnight level is right almost, well, not in middle, but it's inside of that demand zone. I'm liking to go back to another short, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think I will take the 5-minute orb trade.
5-minute orb trade.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to wait.
It's not going to be at a good price, though, but I'm going to take it. Just kind of expecting an imbalance, right? So likely it should break on the low side.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
You're scared?
No, not really. I'm just going to do one micro because that 5-minute orb is huge. So
yeah, I jumped in with the micro to another short. My target is going to be 115.50. I want to see if we can get that 15-minute zone down there. So
okay.
And obviously I'm scared to risk more because headlines are coming left and right here.
I know.
And I'm perfectly comfortable with the risk. Even if I give back the previous profit, I'm all right. No problem with this. But I want to see the zone being tagged. So please, zone, just get tagged a little bit there. Happened. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I just picture how you and I are just, because we're trading the open every day and we're really truly specializing in trading the open, which, by the way, it has been my dream since the beginning. But I pictured you and I standing on the ledge of a cliff. Like, okay, let's jump.
Okay. And you're saying you're saying to me like, okay, Tom, you jump first, and I will follow it. You know, I'll see how it goes for you, and you know, if you just
yeah,
and we'll see.
Exactly. It just shows you though that like risk management is such a big component of it, right?
It is.
There are a lot of people that will not touch the open because they're just like, it's so random. You can't trade the open, all that. But
guys, I'm going to tell you guys a secret. Before being here at MyFundedTV since last year, which I'm super happy about and very feeling blessed, I wasn't trading the market open at all. So the first trades that I put on was somewhere around 9:50 or 10 a.m. or something. But I do enjoy it, of course. And obviously this is one of the spike points of the whole Nasdaq here. Like the market open is super exciting and we all want that dopamine rush immediately. I understand, and you can do it, by the way. I do know many traders, at least quite a few, who are making good money at the open if you read the levels correctly. But yeah, I mean, risk management is super important. I also got the comment every now and then. I get the same comment like, "Hey Tom, but you're only making like $100 at the open, or maybe $50 or $80 or $150." Okay, let's assume that you're averaging $100 or $200 at the opens for the month, right? So would that money help in your life? Maybe for some people that's no money, but for many people that's like really good money, right? So
yes, absolutely. And for the amount of time that you're putting in too, it's so easy to forget that. Like, okay, $100 a day, if you're like in the US, that might not sound like a lot, but when you think about it, there's 20 trading days in a month. That's potentially $2,000. And we can have, I'm tagged into my short, by the way.
Let's go.
We can have up to 5 of the 50K rapid accounts. So the potential is significant. Yeah.
It is.
Easy to forget.
It is. So never underestimate the power of micros, and never underestimate, you know, even if you can just make $100 on average every trading day, because some days you might gonna end up in the negative or whatever, but if you can average $100 per day through the month, then you know that's life-changing money for many people. You know.
Yes, absolutely. And even if it doesn't cover all of your bills, like just to have a supplemental income, it's like,
exactly. You might have a job or a business, and you feel like you like to trade at the open. Why not just make an average $100 per day? And you know, by the end of the month, oh my gosh, let's withdraw some money from the funded account, right? So that's how it is.
Our trade is still alive, still looking good. Yours is
looking good, looking to get out at 115.50. So I just want to see the zone being tagged, and I'm just hoping that it will go. So please go.
Okay, my TP is at about 102.25 right now.
102. Okay, that could be good. That could be good. Come on, 115. Come on. I can't. I don't know. This is too much for me, Terry. I can't take it. Let's go. All right.
Let's go. W's for Tom.
All right. This was a good one. It's a small trade, but you know, with the previous trade, so I had the loss of $150 on the first trade because of the headlines. Second trade, I made it back. And with this one, I made $210 on this particular account. So I'm okay with that. I'm switching to a different account, and that's it. So that's $200. I mean, $200 for even just one account for a day is good, guys. It's really good money, and you can focus on maybe on another eval, maybe or maybe whatever, you know, focus on the chart. Yeah.
Go to the gym. Go to the
gym.
Sauna. Go relax.
Yeah. Go relax. Yeah. Exactly. But we're still looking for more trades. And Terry, your TP is, you said 102.
102.27.
Okay, 102.27. Okay, so you're looking for a midnight area down there. That's good. So don't be scared here. We are expecting a bit of a bounce at the zone, but that's normal. I think we should be dropping down further. Almost down there. Did you get it?
Almost. Yeah, I got it.
Let's go, everybody. W's in the chat for Terry. Nice. Good job, Terry. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Terry did it.
We did it, Tom. Hey,
Well,
we did it.
You know, we really should do that. I jump down from the cliff, and you'll see how I end up. You know, and if I end up good, you might jump after me. I don't know.
We did jump with parachutes.
We did parachutes, of course, and helmets. But yeah, this was a good one. So far, you know, the thing that I really like, and I'm really, you know, feeling blessed about this because we have really good levels like every day here at MyFundedTV. I love to do the analysis with you guys together and with you, Terry, because we can talk through these levels and how the market is doing. And this, even if you're, you know, not able to watch the show with us, like this is something you should do on your own as well, everybody. Like if you sit down and take just a few minutes, 2 minutes or 3, that's all it takes, just to, you know, look at the time frames, look at the context, you know, try to read the narrative, or as ICT traders say, read the tape, and just look around what's happening and build up a narrative. And try to follow the narrative. And if the market is doing the opposite, you know, that's super cool as well, because then you don't have to do anything. That's it, you know.
Yeah, and no trade is also a trade.
Oh yeah, definitely. One of the biggest truth or saying, or I don't know what's the expression for it, but one of the biggest things out there in trading. No trading is trading, by the way. So
100%. I do see that we're close to 200 likes. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, I love that. I need to refresh. I need to see it myself as well.
Close, but
156. All right, 44 more, and this is so great. We're almost at 400 viewers. Thank you, everybody, for hanging here. So we need about 40 something more. So let's push it. Let's smash it. This is so awesome.
Smash it. Triple smash it.
Triple smash it. So now that we drop down here comes the question, how far can we go? Now, the low end of the level or the zone is going to be, so sell side is going to be 86.25. Let's see, sell side 86.25, and we have the weave up down there at 74. Yeah, I would say I don't want to chase it. This could easily drop, obviously, down to the weave up, but this is typically the area. I'm just going to jump into the 1 minute chart here. So this is typically the area, especially because we are in the middle of the zone here, that we can bounce up like how many, like 50 points easy, 50 point bounce easy. And so once we get up there, there's a, for example, on the 1 minute, I'm just, you know, talking out loud here. So here's an idea. We can bounce up to a fair value gap up there to 154, and then maybe, you know, finally smash through the weave up and sell side at 86. But one thing's for sure, this is the absolute low probability area to jump into a sell. Even if it drops down from here, don't feel the FOMO, because this is a low probability area to jump in. That's what I think.
Okay. Careful. Yeah. Any bounces could be 50 plus points.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, got to be careful. I do see VWAP at about 25,075. It looks like it got pretty close, not quite there. It got to 25,089. I do see some headlines that came in. Ooh, headlines, you guys.
Okay, right.
Yeah. So Iran, this came in at 9:38 Eastern Standard Time. Iran is considering strikes against Israel amid its violation of temporary ceasefire in Lebanon. And then another headline came in at 9:40. IRGC warns any foreign aircraft entry breaches the ceasefire. So,
oh yeah, I'm seeing it as well. So it does seem like that these headlines could have moved the market as well. Like that, when the headline came out was right here, and then this happened, this drop again. So, gosh, this is why it seems like this is what we're focusing right now. This is the market we're living in right now. So,
yep. We just have to adjust as day traders. So I'm gonna put on the trade and just expect a normal auction might not work as well.
By normal auction, you mean like a possible reversal here or push
Well,
down?
just like, I know a lot of traders who will look at the charts and they'll look at like different levels and then they'll say, oh, okay, like this structure or that. And then kind of expecting like a normal trading type of like back and forth auction. However, with headlines, like anything goes. Like one headline just screws up the entire thing. Like for example, if today for the rest of the day we never had any more headlines, the market might trade a certain way, right? Like the market might be digesting it, all the information that we've already had. But like as information keeps coming in, anything can happen, and whatever normal plan like you see, like okay, like a normal maybe pattern or rhythm to the market, it just can completely go out the window.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, it can happen. And I like the way that these things could be somewhat anticipated, and this is what you need to be prepared for. So you got to be prepared for both scenarios here. And by the way, I was just looking at the chart here. It seems like we did go back to that 1 minute gap that we talked about at 154, and now this is the potential question mark or breaking point. So are we going to resume the drop down to the VWAP or lower, or is this going to turn around here and are we going to push back? So one more thing about the 1 minute here. So the 930 candle on the 1 minute chart is like a bearish pin bar. So we all know about these pin bars, and I'm just gonna look for the mid level of this pin bar here, which usually on the 1 minute is not that important, but I'm gonna put this here anyway. So if the market is gonna, let me just put a line here. If we're gonna trade higher than 181, because there's a swing high here, there's a very high chance for scalpers. I'm not gonna scalp it, I think. I don't know, maybe, I don't know, but we can go for 226. But right now the scenario is somewhat what we were expecting. We reached that fair value gap. We're having an initial reaction here, rejection in this case, and I have the 15-second chart here, which doesn't really show anything, so forget about it. But we might just go lower. I don't know, whatever. If we trade higher than, for example, 162, then I'm gonna be looking for buys above 181 and gonna target like the 220s. If not, I don't know if I should jump into a short here. The more time we spend, so every second that we spend here at the 145-ish area is gonna build momentum to push it higher, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to wait until Pine Tree Trader trades, and I'm just going to live through him.
Oh yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that too. I'm going to copy Pine Tree's trades and analysis, because, guys, he is taking daily payouts from the Rapid account. Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
It is so amazing. The daily payouts, a 90-10 split using code YouTube, 20% off.
Oh yeah, and this is how amazing this is. I mean, I do remember yesterday I was listening to Pine Tree after our segment, and hey, I think he said something like it might be quote unquote just like $500 because that's the minimum payout. But again, it's the same scenario. Like if you take out $500, maybe even not every day, but every other day, you could just change your life with a single Rapid account.
Yes, exactly. Even like once a week, like consider it your paycheck.
Once a week, exactly. Just once a week, even. Oh my God, yeah. Even if, like, for example, once every second week, guys. And for that, by the way, maybe even once a week. So to take a payout, obviously above the buffer, and you're good with the payout criteria, but to take out that $500, you can do it with one single micro. one single micro every day, one micro trades, and you can get $500. If not every week, then at least every second week from your Rapid account. Like $1,000 or $1,500 per month. Again, same situation. It could be life changing. This market is dropping.
Oh my goodness, so much is happening.
We're going down. We're going down, Terry. What should we do?
We wait.
We wait.
What do you think? Are you thinking you're going to take a scalp? Oh my goodness.
I wanted to take a scalp. I wanted to take a scalp to sell side, but I was too slow. I wanted to switch to another account, and by the time I switched it, it already went down. Yeah. Okay. It is what it is. So we went down. But still, like, I love that the way things happen. So this is what we were anticipating. The market rejected from this gap nicely. We went down to the VWAP, and all we have now is Asia low down there. Now, the specialty about Asia low right now is that it's at 25,006. And what makes it special is that it's right above 25K. And as we all know it, 25K is a super magical number because the market is anchoring around 25K since months now. And the 25K is like a strong psychological number, not to mention that we have many, many levels down there, gaps and everything. So, like, you know, could be dropping down. Who knows?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm seeing more headlines. New Israeli airstrikes hit Al Samaya in Tireh. Yeah.
Not good. Not good.
Not good. Well, I have something cool to look at. Do you want to see? Or are you going to put on a trade, Tom?
No way. I want to see what's cool. Let's see.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard. We haven't looked at it in a while.
Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. How we are doing with the leaderboard.
Look at these. Oh my goodness. So much money. Okay, so the first placed person, Sid, with $48,911,000 out of just one account, 150K account.
Oh my gosh.
With a win rate of 46.5%. That's inspiring.
And look at the second place, 24% win ratio and $47,000 in profit. Wow.
Incredible.
24%. That kind of tells me that the risk to reward ratio has to be somewhere around 1 to 3 or even higher. I don't know. Maybe something like that. So that trader at the second place could be looking for home runs, obviously, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Risking very little for a really big return. Who's the friend again that you know? Or
Fresh Delgado. I'm not sure if he withdrew his money or not because I wasn't streaming this London session. I didn't see him, but he was at he went down to 12th place. I think he went down to 30 something K, but I don't know if he withdrew or not. So I will ask him next time. But I also know that he's usually risking more. He goes with minis, so that's a different type of risk management. But he was number 6. Yeah, but I'm just kind of looking through these numbers. The win ratios are so different. Somebody has, I'm seeing 11% win rate, number 18.
No way.
11% win ratio with 18,000. There's just another proof, guys, that there's like 1,000 ways to trade these accounts. Like really, and so many strategies. Like 11% win ratio. I never seen something like that. Really, I didn't. 11% win ratio with that kind of profit. It could be using obviously high risk reward ratio. Not sure. And of course, if we see high win ratio, that could be even a negative risk reward ratio. Maybe that's a scalper.
Yes.
So there's so many differentials here.
Exactly. Yeah. Typically, that's what we see. If we see a super high win rate, 80%, 90%, 91% here. Usually it's a negative R&R. And then the opposite is usually true. Like if you see someone with, a 30% win rate or a 40% win rate, then usually they're risking a little to make more. It's like there's no perfect, right? You can't have like perfect 100% win rate and you're risking 1 to make 5. Like run away if someone tells you something like that because it's just not possible. Like
it's not.
Exactly. And it might be possible for a very short period of time, but like over the long run, it's just the way statistics work. Like it's just, yeah. Oh,
Yeah, go on.
sorry. Pine Tree Trader says, if you have a 90% win rate and 3+ R, call me, LOL.
And me too, by the way. I'm
Yeah.
happily giving out my phone number, like SK, and you can call me and please teach me how to do that.
Jan says, I have 100% win rate in my head.
Well, obviously, there's going to be a balance all the way. I mean, you got to find your own balance. And again, like Forex Ike was saying a few weeks ago, like he's smashing the market with negative R, and nothing wrong with that, guys. You got to find your own way, your own balance in the market, your own risk tolerance, but make sure to use a stop loss all the time, right?
Yes, exactly. It does seem like you have to find your area that fits your personality. Did you go through that, Tom? Like,
yeah. And the word personality, it really is important because we talked about the psychological aspects of these things and why do we lose, why it's so hard to take some losses or whatever. And it's all about personality. It's all about, because what works for ICT or what works for Matt Covart or what works for Methodical Man or whatever, it's definitely not a guarantee this work for you. So I like that Ash was talking about. So Ash was talking about trial by fire. Like he's being asked all the time, like, Ash, how did you learn to trade? And he always says trial by fire, and I love that, because what that also means that you gotta fail by trying out different type of methods. So guys, I'm not saying to do strategy hopping, all right? I'm just saying that there's nothing wrong with looking into different type of entry models or different type of trading models. It's all right, especially if you're in the just starting out your journey. Look around, see what's happening in the trading space, narrow it down to 2 or 3 strategies that you feel like, okay, this kind of something that you think it works, because there's a lot of information on social media, and try it out. But trial by fire, what I'm trying to say is, like, if you can afford, maybe even like buy yourself 2 or 3 different evaluation accounts and run 2 or 3 type of strategies maybe, and see which one fits best for you. Do many forward testing. I'm not saying that you should do forward testing for a year or 2 years, but at least for a month or 2, try to look for what's best for your personality, and you will realize which one is the one that's hurting you more, which one is the one that you can manage more or better. There's so much to talk about this, by the way. The trial by fire has lots of things, like lots of strategies, what you have to go through, like emotions, pain, and
let's
everything.
talk more about this
this
week if we have time.
Oh my gosh, because we are just ran out of time almost. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Any last minute thoughts before we head out, Tom?
I just want to say again, thank you so much, everybody. It was an amazing session. So much energy we have here in the morning push. And I hope you guys like the trades and the levels. I'm trying to put maximum effort here into the levels and the trades for you guys. Thank you, everybody. It was really great. It's you, Terry.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in our trading and going over our pre-market analysis. Tom and I will be back on tomorrow morning. Please welcome Pine Tree Trader.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Yo, what's happening, everyone? What's going on? Thank you, Tom and Terry. Guys, everyone, chat, what is up? Market is wild. Let's see those pine trees. Love the pine trees. Come on. What's going on? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Bear Trader, I see. You guys are going fast. Gerald, Labarto, Tanya, Pena, what's going on? Rio, ICT in the house. MyFundedFutures, what's up? Miss K, thank you for being here. I love seeing familiar faces. Morning, helpful. What's up? What's up? All right, guys. So, have you guys taken your creatine and protein powder this morning? I mean, come on. So, MyFundedFutures rapid account, another daily payout. So, I'm going to take that right now. Let me switch to. Let me request right now. So I can trade this account. So 2 days in a row. Three daily payouts in 2 weeks, right? So I got another one last week. So 2 this week. So we'll take another one. You know, not a big one, but hey. $593, we'll take that. So let's request here. Let's request it live. Updating. Oh, look at that. Already done. Payment sent. It's already done. Into the bank account. Now let's go back to the charts. Share this tab. So MyFundedFutures Rapid. Back to the charts. And look, money's already taken out. $1,100 left in drawdown. So now I can trade this account and look for another daily payout. So that's just how it goes. MyFundedFutures Rapids, super fast. And the thing about it is it's sub-seconds, right? So you can just go ahead and trade, you know, take your payout and go ahead and trade that account. That's what I like. Super fast payouts, don't have to wait. Make sure you're using code YouTube if you're buying those rapid accounts. All right, now let's get back to the business here. Back to business. This rapid account that I was working on yesterday, I already hit $1,500. I did it live last night on my stream, hit $1,500. So now that's 50% consistency. So I can't trade this account, or I can, but I don't want to, because I only need another $800 to pass it. And that way I'll have another funded rapid account. So imagine just taking that $500 and timesing it by, say, 5 accounts, right? That'd be nice. Doing that every day. That's pretty life-changing for most people. So the market's pushing down here. I'm going to be super patient. I'm going to trade this funded account. I am going to size, when I'm trading NASDAQ right now, I'm going to size to MNQ. Yeah, fast, right? Super fast. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the congratulations. Appreciate that. So, the achievement was last night's. No, Labarto. So you have to wait till market closes. So I hadn't traded that account. That was from yesterday's. So I've gotten 2 payouts on this account, and that was from yesterday's. And then I waited to market close. Once the market closes, the dashboard updates. So you can't just like get a payout. Like I can't just make like, say, $600 right now and then take the payout. That would be way too good. but we'll take it, right? End of the day, I just waited till this morning to take the payout for you guys, so I can show how fast it is. Look at the 2-minute MNQ right now, just barcoding, choppy. Now, if I do not see a setup, I will not take it. That is as simple as that. Some trades that I've taken already this morning. First inside bar on a 2-minute ES. One of my favorite trades right now, and where I just simply look for right around $200 with an ES. And sometimes it can be a negative R&R. But you can see this morning, just a nice little scalp right down off that very first ES 2-minute bar. Something that I've been back testing, and something I back tested and forward tested, but I didn't do any like number crunching. I just kind of went back through the charts and said, wow, that first, because you guys know I love my first 5-minute inside bar. So I usually take that on an NQ 5-minute and look for 20 points. And so I decided, well, maybe I'll look for the first inside bar on ES on a 2-minute chart and see what it does. So I went back, over the weekend, and I just kind of, looked at the charts and looked at every day and said, well, I could have got $200 out of that trade. Oh, I could have got $200 out of that trade. And I just went back and I was like, yeah, I could have got a lot of $200 a lot of $200 bills off that first inside ES 2-minute bar. So that's what I've been doing. Go back to the NQ 2-minute here. How's everyone else doing? Yeah, a little beer testing. That's right. Especially over the long weekend. Fine. What does the coloring rule? The coloring on my chart. So on my chart, I have a few indicators. It's called LDT inside outside bars. The inside bars are painted yellow and the outside bars are painted light pink. And then these dark purple candles are haramis. And that's EOTW harami. And basically the inside bar is as simple as what it sounds, is that the body and the wicks close within the body and the wicks of the previous candle. And the outside bar does that. It either wicks above or below that previous candle and then gets a nice little close above or below that previous candle. So it basically, the idea of the outside bar is that it pushed up, it trapped a bunch of buyers up here, it rug pulled them, it came back down and closed below and put it in this giant engulfing outside bar. And I just go short on the break of it, and then the stop goes above. And in this case, it's a monster candle, so you have to be a little careful on that. But that's the basics of it. Right now, this is probably putting in an outside bar right here on this candle. It can be a very nice reversal. And so this market volatility, everyone, I just want to, not financial advice or anything like that, but this is a beautiful day. It's a double-edged sword. It's a beautiful day to get 50% on an eval, or maybe pass an eval. I won't lie about that. But you got to be careful. You know, trading a mini in this environment will and could wreck you. It is, like I said, it's a double-edged sword. You can make a lot of money, but you can also just blow up your accounts in about 2 seconds, right? You know, you're starting to get some big volatility. We got an outside bar here. Man, this market's got me. I'm gonna try to take a long here, just 1 micro. If we break, stop's gonna go below. So if we break this bar here, all right, well, never mind on that. So I will skip that. Market had other plans. So good thing I didn't get filled there. So we are pushing back down. Now we do have some news later this afternoon. Wow. All right, this is a headline. Market just froze. Chart just froze. That seemed like some sort of headline news. Maybe it's just the market. I don't know. I woke up a little bit later this morning. I was actually chatting with you guys while I was still in bed. And I said, should I get out of bed? What's the market doing? I ended up making a boatload last night on stream, catching the long, basically. Actually got a little bit lucky on the, actually caught the news candle. It was a beautiful setup. It was a beautiful setup when I caught the long. Had a nice, on the 2-minute chart, had a nice bull flag break, but it was a little bit lucky, right? This was last night's trade, right? Ended up, actually, I had the line here. Ended up breaking the bull flag, so we opened up the gap, had the bull flag, and ended up catching that. So I was long, and it just ended up ripping. Now it was just all, shit luck, but we'll take it every single time. We'll take luck. Could have easily blown an account, but wow, we are just chopping here at the VWAP, 25,080. Do we push down and test that 25K? The market is up 3%. 3%. And, the thing about this market is that if we were down 3%, you'd even have more volatility. You'd probably have 200-300 point candles, 5-minute candles. Right now, still massive 5-minute candles, which is I don't really mind trading off the 2-minute when you have these large candles, right? So I've been enjoying practicing off the 2-minute. Let's take a look at oil here. What is oil doing? I know it cost me almost $50 to fill the Clambo the other day. $50. Still get 36 miles at a gallon, but $50 down to 93 bucks right now. So oil definitely has pulled back, and NASDAQ is just absolutely, this is just nasty porcupine action. All right, well, we're watching. How you guys doing? Oh, we got some how you guys doing in the chat? Have you made money? Have you blown up any accounts? It's perfectly fine. Guys, smash that like button. Let's get it up there. Smash the like button. How big is my biceps? Pretty good. It's pretty good size. Yeah, blue collar worker my whole life, so been taking that creatine. Getting that protein in. No peptides yet. Need more biceps. Let's go. Yeah, you gotta take your creatine and protein, or drink your Sobeys. Drink your Sobeys for this market. Look at this, guys. This is just no trade zone. We're chopping sideways. I would love to take an outside bar trade here, but or maybe look for maybe try the first inside bar. Let's watch the 5-minute. This could put in an inside bar. Might try to take the break. Let's switch to the micro just in case. Let's wait for that first inside bar. Let's look for 20 points. If we can get it. Another minute and a half left on this candle, but it is consolidating big time. Now, when I take the inside bar, the first inside bar, I don't have any bias. I don't really care what the market's trying to do, because sometimes it'll be a reversal candle. So if or I'm just looking for the scalp. So I'll look for the 20 points, and then even if I breaks to the upside, goes 20 points, I take profit, and then it starts to sink. I'm perfectly fine with that, It's perfectly fine. Or we take the short and it continues down. It's just the setup's there. It's back tested. I have to take it. That's kind of my rule on that. I have a feeling this is going to be a tricky entry because of the volatility. All right, I'm just getting set up here. Something like that. All right, something like that. Let's see if it breaks to the upside off this inside bar. I'm going to take this trade. I do not recommend anyone else taking this trade. Do your own trading. All right. No break there yet. One micro, this is going to be a wide stop. Wide stop, negative R&R trade this morning. Sometimes you never know. It could be a positive R&R, or 1-to-1. It's just that's how it goes with the inside bar. Your stop needs to go the way I trade it. The stop needs to go above or below that candle for it to work, or that's just the way I trade it. Now I have some of my little pine cones, my little followers. They actually trade this, and they trade it a little bit differently. So they'll wait for a break, and then maybe a retest back into the middle, and then they'll buy. Or so I've had a lot of people trade inside bars, create their own strategies around it, and have been pretty successful with it. It's just a really simple strategy to trade or implement if you're a newer trader. By no means is it anything new. I'm not someone that invented it or anything like that. It's just something that I observed one day. I threw on that indicator on the chart, on the 5-minute chart, and I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. That's working pretty well. Let's see if this candle wants to break here. New 15-minute candle. Now, I've also seen it where it can break. All right, we're long. Woo. I also see where it can break right here, just basically just grabbing volume or liquidity, like you guys want to say, and then end up putting in a big outside bar to continue lower. In that case, I love to take the outside bar on the 5-minute, and then I'll flip the switch, as long as it's not like massive. But I'll end up flipping the switch and then taking the outside bar. So when you have an inside bar followed by an outside bar, that means everyone trying to take the inside bar got trapped. This is the way I look at it, right? And then I'll take the outside bar and flip the switch. So right now, not a good reaction. Come right back down into the VWAP. Let's take a look at the 2-minute real quick. Yeah, look at that 2-minute. That is just nasty barcoding action. Nasty, nasty. So 1 micro type a day right now, especially if you're taking any of the systematic stuff, because this 5-minute, oof. Any little headline too can just, that is another thing I wanted to tell you guys. Like, if you saw last night's candle, you quickly realize like how important having a stop loss is, especially on your funded accounts. You definitely want to have your stop losses in place, because you get a tweet or anything like that and send that market, and next thing you know, you blow up all your accounts. And if you're copy trading your accounts, that is a bad day. So you could have the perfect setup and then start getting to the tweet. Yeah, this is not going to work. That did not work. Let me take a look at here. Stopped out big time on that. Yeah, big outside bar here. I think this is where I'm gonna flip the switch. I'm gonna flip the switch. Let's see if this bar closes 5-minute. Now, you could get snip snapped real bad. And then right back up. This is just nasty, nasty, nasty. Bouncing right off that 50. All right, I lost $75 on that trade. So that just shows you right there, because $75 with 1 micro. All right. I will take this trade. So if I lose again, it'll be another $75. But let's go to the micro. So I always trade off the NQ, off the mini. And right back up to the VWAP, 25,080. Oof. Come on. So I'm going to look for that break on. If on this candle, if we break this outside bar to the downside, I'm going to take this short. And I'm going to shake it down to that 20 level. And if we start to move the momentum, I'm going to add into the winning trade quickly. So that is the game plan. So it's always good to have a game plan, right? So I'm just talking out loud. This is the stuff that's running through my head as I'm trading by myself. So I'm just sharing it with you guys. So down $75. Not a big deal. But I mean, we are just chopping this VWAP. I'd love for it to break out of this zone. This is probably the better idea right now is look at this 2 minute. If you just draw the box, the idiot box, this is crazy price action, and wait for a nice strong close outside of it, and then look for a trade. That might be the better trade, because who knows, we could end up just chopping this range until the FOMC minutes, you know, which seems like that's what we want to do. All right, 25,180. I mean, 80, not 180. Take a look at oil. I want to take a look at gold too. I haven't looked at gold. So gold chopping around as well, just putting in a pretty good size range, but just chopping around. Nice little support there, 47.92. And look at this, going right back up. Son of a gun. Well, I'm taking that trade off. I mean, this is just choppy. This is a beautiful trade. If you do see this setup, generally, when you have an outside bar, it fails. I mean, the inside bar, it fails. It puts it in this outside bar. And then you take the break of the opposite side of the outside bar. That can be a very good momentum play. The market has other ideas today. It just wants to hang out at the VWAP. As Tom would say, what's going on? All right, now I'm going to pay attention to the chat because the market clearly is not going to give us a good setup. It just wants to chop. Yeah, you could play this range right here, right? You could play this range if you're a range trader. My luck, I'll try to sell the top of this range, and then it'll just blast up 100 points. That's usually my luck when I try to play the range. I am very much a momentum type trader. I'm a Momo trader, I guess. I like to trade on momentum. I like to look for breaks. I will actually take, short the lows and buy the tops, which can hurt, but I'll look for those momentum plays off, especially with NASDAQ. I usually don't do it with anything but NASDAQ on the momentum side. I don't really trade YM that way or ES that way or anything else. It's just NASDAQ because, with NASDAQ, you can catch 15, 20 points and still be wrong about the direction of the market. That's the beauty of NASDAQ. You could be long and I could be short and we both make money, right? Oil to 97. Yeah, I mean, a beautiful outside bar here on oil. It is pushing. Now, when I have been trading oil, I have liked the inside bars. The inside bars. The nice thing about the strategies that I trade is you can throw it on any single instrument that you trade and just look and say, well, inside bars work really well. Outside bars work really well. So you can actually trade it and scalp off pretty much any. I mean, I could pull up Tesla and trade an inside bar and probably make some money, So that's the nice thing about scalping off my strategy. NQ is just nasty. Look at this. What is this? Some sort of like dinosaur looking spines everywhere. This is some sort of creature going on. What is this? On a 2-minute chart, too. Like, what is this? All right, we got some winners. Congratulations. Got some winners in the chat. Guys, do me a favor, smash that like button. I got about 4 minutes left. Let's go back to this 5 minute. Wow. We never broke that outside bar. I'm scared. I'm scared to look at it. Just, I'm like, well, maybe I'll try to take a short here. I think I'm going to. Why not? I'm gonna try to take a short down here to the 20s. Let's see if we break out of this range. A little inside bar here. It's a good possibility we get snapped back and forth, but that is a setup. Not every inside bar is going to fail today. There's going to be at least one that's going to work, right? There's going to be one that's going to work. Or maybe not. Maybe not. If I get stopped out on this, then I'm done, right? If I get stopped out, I'm done. You know, you go to the well too many times and that whole saying, right? Let's see if we get a, my target is going to be down here at the 20s. This is actually a nice spot to scalp off from. I would actually do one of these. I've done these on my stream before where we push down and I take profit and then I take the bounce off from this 5 minute fair value gap, 50% retracement, and off the 25,020 level, which is the 20 levels, 80 levels, whole numbers, 50 levels. They love to bounce or reject. So, and yeah, we're pushing right back into the middle of this VWAP here. Stops at 25,093. Got a few minutes left. If you guys got any questions, feel free to say what's up and ask any questions you want. Thank you for being here today. Thank you. I've been seeing a lot of new faces on my own stream. So follow me at Pine Tree Trader. I trade every single Globex open. Last night, man, I got chopped up at the start of the market, but man, I finished strong, made thousands of dollars on my funded accounts. So feel free to give me a follow. Not every night's going to be like that, that's for sure, but it's good entertainment. Give me a follow. Appreciate that. Give all the other hosts a follow as well. Make sure you're following MyFundedFutures on all the socials, YouTube and Reddit and Instagrams. Can we get that push down? Get that rug pull. Come on. All right, I got a minute left of my segment. I will leave this trade on. 25.93, 25.24.50. That's what I'm going to look for profit. I'm just going to leave it on. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You'll know. I'm not even gonna hands off the mouse. Hands off the mouse. Guys, yeah, so we have in a little while, we've got about a minute left. So my last thought today is be careful, right? Be careful, size down, if not financial advice, right? But if I was you, I would just size down. And if the conditions are not for you, come back tomorrow. You know, if you start blowing accounts left and right, come back tomorrow. And don't get too greedy too. You know, don't get too greedy. Remember your base hits. You know, take your base hits. And live to fight another day. So with that being said, we have a feast on next. So see you later, guys. Peace.
Yo, what's up, everybody? How's it going? Yeah, as Pine said, today's going to be a day of managing our risk properly. We obviously had an exaggerated overnight move. So because of that, we're going to be quite cautious. I'm going to let you know what I am seeing, though, however. Right now, I'm looking at this 90-minute chart here. And as you can see on this 90-minute chart, we have the high of this current 4-hour candle, okay? The high of this current 4-hour candle, which is 10 a.m. or 6 a.m.'s close. You can see was this precision swing point in here. And then you can see the high of that 6 a.m. candle is formed with this divergence between quarters, okay? Between these 90-minute candles, right? So what I'm looking for is that I'm going to say, okay, so potentially we could offer some sort of a retracement, right, of this 4-hour candle back into this range, okay? So how could that happen? Well, that could happen via this swing point right in here, okay? This swing formation between assets that are correlated. And now that we're looking at that, I'm saying, okay, so now that I identify that, where would we be able to trade, this next 90-minute candle from? Well, look at this 90-minute candle. It opens up here. Okay. And I'm looking at this 90-minute candle, generally thinking that if it's going to trade lower, specifically if the Dow Jones is going to catch up, to the rest of the assets which are lower in the range. If you look here, you can see that NASDAQ and ES are quite low in this range, right? From, Asia lows here, or like this real Asia low. You can see the low day here is just crazy, right? We ripped higher, but the range we developed overnight, really from, 8:30 till now. You can see NASDAQ's quite low in this range, right? And YM's quite a bit higher. So I'm looking to see if this asset wants to catch up to this low, right? And what would it do that from? It would do that when NASDAQ retraces into this gap here, okay? So this 90-minute candle could expand, reaching into this same low, right? Reaching into the same levels that we're seeing the other two correlated assets reach into, and, gain some strength to the downside or become a bit weaker, okay? So what I'm looking to frame here is simply that, right? This candle opens into maybe a gap like this, right? On a 30-minute chart. And once I see something like that, we can look for some sort of fair value gap to be filled and then to go short off that. Okay, I'm going to pull up the comments as well on YouTube just to see if we have any questions. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. But today is going to be a day of capital preservation for sure, right? What a crazy overnight move. You guys got to be very careful, right? Because these are the types of environments where you can just blow your accounts. I mean, I'm sure you guys know that you have to be very careful when price does crazy moves like this overnight. This is extremely, extremely high volatility markets. And this is caused by some sort of geopolitical stuff, right? This is news and whatnot. So it's hard to trade technicals when we're in an environment of just news. Good luck to all the chat entries for the winner for the giveaway. You guys got to fill out the form. That's it. And like the stream. Fill out the form. You're in a chance to win. YM doesn't want to go down. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is that if we're going to trade, if I'm going to trade anything, it's going to be something that looks like this, dude. It's going to be like one of these assets filling this gap, right? We get divergence with this high. So you can see how YM is quite a bit spaced out from this high, which is this same high in here, right? And we can trade that continuation then towards the low. All right, I'm looking really to see if we fail to manipulate here, because I'd like to see price come more into this range, this EQ, right? So what I ideally like to see is something like this, guys, right? One of the assets here manipulates this low, something like this. Then it retraces into the range. We form some sort of divergence, okay? And then this asset can, catch up and start trading back into this range. However, regardless of what I think the market's going to do, I will be utilizing much less risk today in my trading. I may even just paper trade this move because I don't want to put on too much risk on my funded accounts, right? After we've expanded, how many points? How many points are we up on this daily candle on NASDAQ? 800, right? Yeah, I'm not going to put on a full risk unit on a trade like this ever, right? So this is more or less just going to be me reading tape. Maybe I'll trade with an evaluation account. I have a MyFundedFutures Pro evaluation account, something like that. If I get a sequence, yeah, if I even get a sequence, we'll see. So far, nothing, right? 10:30. This new 90-minute candle that I'm trading here, it just opened and traded lower, right? It hasn't really traded into anything of significance. But again, I'm still looking to trade this asset, the Dow, because this is too low in the range, right? But I would like to see this gap. If we can come into this gap, guys, it's a good opportunity. Why am I so fresh, bro? I don't know, man. Appreciate that though. Red next candle should take Asia, I think. If we don't get any sort of sequence up here, guys, I can't trade, right? I won't be able to trade. I need to have some sort of, continuation, and I look for continuations from gaps, right? So you can see what I mean, though, right? We have this divergence between the range high. This forms that 6 a.m. high. So this 6 a.m. high, right, which is this precision swing point. Look how this candle at 6 a.m. is a up close candle, and this candle is a down close candle, right? The high of this candle is also formed with a lower time frame, right? Sequential SMT, or just SMT between these 90-minute candles, okay? It's really interesting. So this is good framework for me to get short now, right? For this asset to catch up and get all the way down to that same low. Because these assets are so, look at this range, guys. These assets from this low to this high are very close to the draw, okay? This asset's really high up in the range. It's quite premium, okay? So we're looking to see all these assets move together, right? And this artificially, bullish range, like this is much higher in the range. It should switch strengths to get a little bit weaker, is what we're anticipating at least. Yeah, we don't know if that's going to happen, but we'll see. And so I'll just annotate that. I'm trading away from this current high of the day, the 6 a.m. high, which is that PSP, if you guys know what that means. Right? And now I'm looking to see all assets trade into this lower time frame range. It's kind of impossible for me to look for longs, dude. Given how low we are in the range, it's kind of impossible. Or given how high we are in the range, it's kind of impossible for me to look to continue to trade this long. I would only be able to look for some sort of lagging asset into this low, right? We'll see. We'll see, guys. I don't know. How you guys managing? Do you guys take any trades today? I surely hope you guys haven't taken a lot of trades today. I mean, there hasn't been much to trade, dude. Right? It's just been like very, very one-sided all night, and the overnight session just ripped. If we get something though here, we'll take it on my MyFundedFutures Pro eval that I have, because I'm not putting risk in my funded accounts. And I don't think you guys should either, honestly. Right? Objectively, it's like dangerous. At least that's the way I think. No trades for now. Fair enough. Yeah. I don't think any of my students have caught anything, or myself, for the whole day. It's just really, really tough when you wake up, right? And I mean, again, you can't really long up here, guys. At this point in the daily range, you can't really long, unfortunately, even though you're you'd love to long a candle that looks like this, right? But unfortunately, in this premium, you can't long it, right? So you got to look for those counter trend ideas, but it's risky because we're obviously quite bullish. Now this is kind of expanding here without offering that retracement. Right? I would have really liked to see this candle open high, guys. You can see YM's doing exactly what I wanted to do. You guys see what I mean? Look how these assets here are really close to this low, okay? And look how these two assets here are really close to the low, and YM's very far away from this low. We're seeing that strength switch into this asset to catch up to this low, right? Unfortunately, I don't have a key level to trade away from. Like, I would be able to trade this if I had a key level to trade away from, but I don't. A key level guy is like a gap, right? I want to say like a gap or something, but I don't have that. You can just see we're just melting, right? We're just going lower here. I will still need to see this. Ideally, we do something like this, guys. So while now YM retraces into maybe a fair value gap created in this range. See this range? From the open to the low, if we retrace here, this asset runs out, this high. That will be very nice because we'll have some sort of divergence that looks like this. Yeah, look at this. I'm framing this, okay? And if we get something like that, I can take a short. So we're looking to see if price can diverge at this 30-minute high. Look at this candle's high. This is where we have to see a divergence. Divergence here, okay? And if we see that, we'll get a trade today. That I'll take with lower risk, guys, of course. So we just wait. Now we have our level. We just be patient. Wait. Yeah, and if you guys click on the Streamlabs link, pretty sure they have a link tree where you can just kind of follow all of the hosts socials. I don't think I'm on that yet. Tell MyFundedFutures to go put me on that that link tree link. If you click on that, I'm not there. But you guys know my socials probably. I'm on the 30-minute chart here, my friend. Yeah, I'm looking for this 30-minute gap fill. Yeah, if we have an MFFU mod in here, my socials aren't on the link tree. My channel is just my name. You can just search fees. But maybe they'll add me to the link tree, and then you can just click on that link, and you'll be able to see it. Fees, you're looking like a real Miami course seller, bro. Oh, I appreciate that. I don't know if that's a compliment, dude. I'm actually in Mexico, not Miami, so I'm taking offense to that. But it's definitely the blue light glasses, right? Yeah, everyone's got these. They're really good. If you stare at screens all day, I would recommend it. Or a farming hard, not gonna lie. True, the backdrop here is pretty Aura Farm. Bro, my next lesson date, I'll post a new YouTube video by the 3rd week of April. So I'm just making slides for it right now. It takes me a long time to make the slides, bro. Honestly, it takes me like weeks. If he's got a Porsche, not a Lambo, exactly. you get it. You understand. I'm not LARPing. I got class. Beach all day. Yeah, I'm gonna do my stream segment here. I got to teach a little bit. I got a couple of lessons with my students, and then, yeah, it's a beautiful day. I mean, days like this, guys, when the market doesn't really give us much, I prefer not to stare at charts, honestly. Save that mental capital. I'm waiting to short YM here, yeah. So I'm looking at this low. So I'm viewing this as a range, guys. I'm viewing this here as a range. Okay, from the 830 low to the current day high. And I'm viewing this phase of price in here as a retracement into this relevant swing. So when I say the word relevant swing, think about like from a simple perspective. It's highly unlikely that price will come trade into this low today, okay? Highly unlikely. In fact, damn near impossible. However, if we want to go higher in this range, right, in this established range, we need to manipulate something. Look how slow and lethargic this becomes, right? Compared to like expansion, retracement, expansion, right? That means we're generating this liquidity, which I would like to see manipulated like this if we're going to go higher, because the space between the new low that is created and this low will create a relevant swing, okay? So right now, I can't trade away until I see some sort of manipulation. Simple as that. I can't look to long here, right, until we trade here. But I need some sort of sequence to long as well. And the short idea is based on this. So if we look at the 4-hour chart, you can see this asset's quite bearish, which is NASDAQ, and this asset is closing bullish, right? So this is going to be a precision swing point where this asset is stronger, right, at the 6 a.m. close. Now, if all assets are going to get to this low, assumedly, right? If all assets are going to get to this low down here, we're going to see the YM gain some weakness here or gain strength to the downside to catch up to this low, because this is very deep in the range. And this is very high in the range, okay? This is very high in the range right now. That's a simple logic. So that's why we look for this asset to kind of play catch up, right? Because this asset, you don't want to short so close to the low. Again, a general good rule of thumb is if you take a range, right? Here's your high, and here's where you want to see price trade into. I'm rarely going to short when I'm below this 50%. So in here is not a good short for me. As you can see, that logic is better applied to here. See, we're near equilibrium of that range, right? So it just makes more sense for me to expect this asset to gain some weakness to the downside. But we need to find, I need to see some sort of gap or something, right? I need to see price trade into some sort of gap. Right, I can't just, this candle on the 90 minutes opens low. There's not any key level that we're forming that high in, so can't really trade it lower. I think NASDAQ is going to hit this low, right? Before we do anything, so. All right, maybe we'll be able to look, maybe we'll see the market do something like this and form a divergence at the lows here. Because this is clearly going to hit this low before it comes back into this high, right? So now you can see this candle did not open and trade higher. It instead opened and traded lower. So we're looking at this level down here now, and we're going to see what happens, right? I mean, even like right now, the opportunity, if we get some sort of V shape back into the range, is going to be to look for this gap, right? So look to trade this new candle to create something more significant. So we can look to trade higher even. Okay, so there's that low that we talked about. Right, so this is where we're going to start to ask ourselves, so what's price doing at this low here? Okay. Because realistically, right, if it does not reverse here, guys, then this asset in here will also get down to the low, as will this asset. All assets will get down to that low. So what we must do is just wait and see if this asset forms a V shape and reverses here. If not, this asset's getting to the low as well. But pretty boring, dude. Pretty boring moves for the day so far, right? When price opens up like this, I usually just don't even trade that day. My student said he shorted YM at the high of the range. That's a decent trade. Right? Right, we would like realistically, I can't be bullish here until I see price revisit like this area in here. Okay, this is where I'm looking to long from. Right, probably not today, but like tomorrow. Right, maybe once we get something that looks like this daily close, like, right, got to see some more structure in here. Yeah, you can't really do much here, boys and girls. Let's see though, if we V-shape at this low, it's interesting. We could get a reversal from this 90-minute range low here. Now, because look at this, you see how close ES is to this low? It's a failure swing. We never anticipate price will leave like a failure swing like this, like some sort of SMT like this. It's very low probability. So this is a low probability SMT because it's a failure swing. So we would need to see this asset really reverse very strong. We'd have to see this asset start to expand back in the range if we're ever going to trade away from that failure swing. We'd have to see this asset switch strengths to go higher if we're ever going to fade that. Because this in here is like low probability. It's like really bad to trade away from. Okay. This is easier to trade away from. Look at this. This is much higher probability, right? Look at this. Spaced out, right? Not a good SMT, agreed. Yeah, we don't want to the keyboard. Yeah, I like the keyboard though, isn't it? It's like nice and tactile. I like the feeling of these keys, you know? It makes it sound very important when I click them. I don't like my laptop keyboard. It must be loud though. Yeah, so I'm still looking for the same idea, guys, right? Like we said, NASDAQ comes into this low, but if I don't see a reversal from the low, okay, if I don't see some sort of V shape, and in this case, I need to see like a strength switch. If you don't know what that means, just go to my channel. I'll explain what that means. If I don't see a strength switch here, I'm just gonna trade this asset to go lower eventually, right? I just need to see a key level. I don't have that yet. I need to see a gap or something, dude. Right, we might print a gap in here to trade these lagging assets lower. And when I say a key level, I mean a fair value gap, guys, right? If I'm trading away from a reversal, so if this is the reversal up here, a reversal is going to be classified or characterized, right, with expansion away from it. So that means we expand away. When we expand away, we print gaps, right? And then we retrace gaps to therefore expand again, right? So I can't short without a gap or something. You can also do something like this, right? You reverse away and then you might consolidate. You can also pair ranges, right? So you could do something like this to go lower. But in this case, we didn't consolidate here. We expanded away. So now we have gaps, right? These are all gaps. So we just wait for price to show us a retracement signature. And then we can look to trade again away from a gap. That forms a new swing point, right? On the higher time frame. So you have a new swing formation that you can trade lower from. Right now, you see the last swing formations all the way up here. On most time frames, look, right? 30-minute chart up here, 90-minute chart up here. So we want to be trading within a new swing formation. It's really unfortunate we didn't manipulate this range. If we had manipulated that range, it would have been a very nice idea. ES gives us just this one candle. You see this? ES manipulates this one candle, but it's not a key level, right? This manipulation that we see here on ES is not a key level at all in here. So we can't really trade away from that. I think if we don't reverse here, right? I don't see this as a reversal signature here. Right? So a reversal looks like this, guys. Right? And it's immediately creating gaps and displacing back in the range. Like look at the reversal at the highs. This is a reversal, look. V shape, creating gaps, expanding away. And that's a reversal. This is a continuation signature, right? Failing to reverse. So that means ES is going to reach into that low, which it should, right? It's really close to that low. You don't want to trade away from this failure swing. But I also mentioned this asset getting into the low. But again, we're getting deeper and deeper in the range. Remember I said I'd like to be involved in the upper half. So I'd like to be involved right in this range. I don't want to be shorting the market, down here. I don't want to short the market. That's why I don't short the ES or NASDAQ, right? We're too low in the range. Like, look at the type of delivery we get here. This is a higher resistance type of delivery. See this? Compared to higher in the range. Look what happens when you get below 50% of the range. Okay. Look, below 50% of the range, we start to do this. And we're still going lower, but it's really high resistance. Whereas at the upper half of the range in here, it's like large candles, right? Expanding lower. Same thing here, right? So now we're looking at this area of the range and seeing if we can get short up in here. If it offers a sequence. If not, then we don't trade. Again, I'm perfectly fine with just not trading, dude, because of the daily profile, right? Realistically, not many people would want to short a daily candle that looks like this. Right? I would love to have been short up here. Like, remember I said I wanted to be short in this 90-minute open? I just didn't get anything to go short off of near this 90-minute open. There wasn't anything. Right? We didn't get any sort of retracement, no gaps, nothing like that. So see if the the metals triad is more interesting. But again, there's no gaps. Very similar sequence in here, actually. Yep, very similar sequence on metals here, right? So we have this key level with the current high of day being taken. So we have that SMT between these candles that looks like this. And that SMT, right? Paired with this candle. It's very clean actually, but again, no gaps or anything to trade continuation from where it's melting, right? So you can see we have that current high of day being just like diverged at with the silver and gold. And we see expansion away here, right at equities open. And I'd be looking to trade from some sort of continuation. Ah, we do get one. It's right here at 10. So at 10 a.m. on metals, is a much better idea. You can see exactly what the model I'm looking for, where we get a divergence in this gap, right? Look at this. That's a nice trade on metals. Like this. And then you're going to see that lower time frame signature. It looks like this. Let's see a 5-minute chart. You're going to see we're going to start closing through this candle. And once we CSD here, that's not bad. You can target the open. It's a really good RR. That's pretty good. Metals looked clean. Nothing offered on indices though. Look at the difference, right? Look at metals on the 50-minute chart. And see how we have this gap, right? That we form divergence in away from the reversal. That's all I'm waiting for here too. Some gap that we can form divergence in away from this reversal. Okay, so now we have ES also taking out this low, right? Which makes a lot of sense. So now the only thing that we're gonna consider, guys, is like I just said, we're gonna consider some sort of, right? Because this is not reversing here. Well, we'll see. It doesn't look like it's reversing when ES takes this low. But if it doesn't reverse, we're gonna look for some gap, SMT, and then go lower. Right, so we're gonna watch what happens at this low, right? When ES takes the low as well. Because this would be the only place that markets could reverse from. Like, again, if we're going to go higher, it's going to be from this divergence. So if market trades higher today, guys, it's from this. This is the only place it can trade higher from, or else YM also hits this low. Because look, there's nothing else. There's nothing else in close proximity. So there's no relevant levels in this entire range. So from this low to this high, this was the level. None of this is relevant. This is all just nonsense. Like they're not going to reverse off that. This is the relevant swing. Okay. So this is the established low that we need to trade a high away from. So we can just watch how price reacts here. Okay. And if it doesn't, then YM is also going to hit that low. But because you can see we're expanding away from the high. See how we're expanding away from this high? Up in here. Like this. Yeah. Expanding away from this current high of day. And then we have this sequence where we form divergence. I would prefer to see all assets hit the low. I prefer to see every asset come in and take this low. I wouldn't want to see like that divergence like that, because I'd want to see NASDAQ trade into EQ of its range. EQ of its range, and this asset just come down and break the low. That's what I'll trade if I get an opportunity to. So we have this new hourly candle opening. Here's the logic, guys. If we are going to not retrace this gap, like you see how there's a gap in here on the hourly up here. Okay, if we're not going to come up into this gap in here, we're going to form an invalidation in the lower half of this candle's range. So I'm drawing out the lower half of this candle's range right here for you. It's going to be a refined key level. You're going to see it's this 15-minute gap, okay? So look at the hourly chart. If we're not going to come up into this high, I can move this here. Right? If we're not going to come up into this high, which is a gap on the hourly chart, we are going to form an invalidation, meaning a new swing formation in this lower half, this candle's range. Okay, you guys can see it here, right? That's the new invalidation. And for me, it's this fair value gap on the 15-minute chart right here. So what I'm going to, I've been trading for around, this is my 7th year trading. Holy shit. When you say it like that, bro, makes me sound like a dinosaur. This is my 7th year trading, bro. I started when I was 19 years old and I'm now 26. Yep. It was a long process. I was not good at this shit when I started. There wasn't a lot back then, honestly. Like, prop firms didn't even exist when I started trading, bro. different keyboard. Not 7 years with the same keyboard. That would be crazy. Can you imagine? That keyboard would have went through. That would have went through it. Okay, so here is my refined key level, guys. Yeah, again, this is where I want to see price form that wick. If we're not going to come all the way back up into the high, so this would need to be a breakaway gap, okay? This would need to be a breakaway gap in here between this high and this high. If we're going to trade lower, it cannot offer a deep retracement back up into the range here, right? And if it does, then the move's going to happen more at 12 p.m. and not now, not in this hourly candle. So I have clear invalidation, right? Like that. So let's clean this up. So if we come up into here, it's going to be a deeper retracement than I'd like to trade for this hourly candle. Simple as that. That means I won't trade 11 a.m. lower, because imagine how large this wick would be, right? Think about this wick. This wick in here would be exceptionally large if I was to come all the way up into this high. Imagine what this candle looks like. I come all the way up into this high, and then we reverse. So I print this really, really large wick that looks like this. You'll see what it looks like. Or I don't want to trade a candle that has a wick that looks like that large, right? It doesn't make any sense. So it has to be in this gap. I hope that makes sense to you what I'm saying. Like, I can't see price come up into here if I'm going to be bearish. If I'm going to be bearish, it's got to be from this gap fill in here. So now that we see price tagging this gap, right? I'm looking to see if we form some sort of V-shaped reversal, right? Like this. Okay. And if I can get a closure through something like this, nice little V shape, I will short this asset, covering that high all the way down to break that low, okay? That's simple. But if I do not see a V shape here, meaning price continues to trade through this invalidation I have on the chart, then it will not be a breakaway gap. So this is going to be like an invalidation. Let's call it that. Let's actually use those words. Of 11 a.m. shorts. Okay, if I come all the way up here, I cannot short 11 a.m. Simple as that. Cool. Let's see what happens, right? So we have this current divergence forming inside of this key level. The SMT at the highs is more important because of the daily profile. The daily profile opens high and we're trading retracement. And now you want to see all assets get to the same low. Now look at this failure swing we have here on the YM as well in the 4-hour gap. It's very nice to see. Very high probable, guys. This is really good trade. This will be a very good trade. I would take this trade actually. So let me quickly pay attention. If we can close through here, I'm going to take it. Okay. I got to see some displacement. I'll let you know if I get in. Right now, nothing, because I have to see some V shape away from this high. Like I said, I want to get to this low at the very least on YM. Sorry, my dog's in the background. He's making a lot of noise. My friend just woke up, so my dog's going ballistic. Push the button? Not yet, bro. Not yet. I gotta be patient. Like I said, this is where I need to see that high form, right? You can see if we come all the way up into this higher time frame gap, it's not going to be something I can trade. You guys can hear I call him Chewbacca for a reason. Competing against Myth Dog. The mythical doggo, honestly. Mango, buddy. Drop my socks. Right? Okay, so we're looking to see if we can get that signature of a V shape. My stop loss is not even going to be a gap here. Like, it's going to be this 30-minute gap, you can see. But it's a rebalance of this asset. So this asset is coming back into this wick. Like I said, if we get the V shape, we can short. If not, we're going to wait for the 30-minute gap to print that looks like this. And we're going to short at 11:30. Okay? But we can short away from this formation because of what I just mentioned, right? So the longer we kind of linger and we hang out here, right, without displacing away from this gap, the less likely I'm going to be able to see that reversal signature form in here. However, what's interesting still is that this rebalances the previous candle's wick, right? So I'm still okay to short this 15-minute candle. I just want to see this candle get a strong closure through here, okay? Right, so I'm watching the close of this candle. If we close in 30 seconds and we close through these arrays, like I close through this down close candle, I close through this fair value gap, I will look to short the Dow. Figure on the trigger. Okay, 5 seconds. So this candle's closed. I want to see it close through this gap at the very least. It doesn't close through the gap, guys. I'm going to take it with half size. I'm going to take this trade with half size right now. Okay? Covering this high, 1/2 size risk, and I'm going to go break even at this low. So I'm going to go break even at around 2R. Cool. All right, I'm in. Half size because we didn't get the closure I wanted to see on the 1 minute. However, I want to get involved, like I said before, remember? The upper half of this range. So I can't wait any longer. If I do wait longer, I will be shorting too much in a premium or in a discount, okay? So going break even here, but I'm holding all the way down to this low. So it's a 5R trade for the most part if we hit the draw. This is a break even at 2R. You can take a partial here if you wish. But I will be holding the majority of my position down to this low. It'd be fucking fire. Oh, sorry for my language. It would be fire if we could just get this in like one candle or within the next 5 minutes so I can go break even on this trade. Because then it's just like a free trade. $642. I'm just gonna set my limits on my chart for a second, guys, on my broker. 1 second. I'll come back to the chat in a second, guys. All right, let's see if we can get some. Let's see if we can get some motion. You guys like this trade idea? How you guys feeling about this trade idea? We get some W's in the chat if we print. If this cooks, can we get W's? All right, let's not jinx it. Let's not jinx it. Let's not jinx it. No, it's a good setup. A win or loss, guys. You have to have this mentality when you're trading. Take your good setups, and regardless of the outcome, live with them. Again, like I said today, I'm not trading funded accounts, guys. I'm trading eval accounts. I'm using half size. All of these things are because of the market profile, right? I don't want to put on risk on this day with so much news and geopolitics and whatnot. But dude, I love reading tape, so we'll do it on a sim account, right? So now we did get that closure in here. Find my screen. We got that closure in here, right? We're retesting these arrays. If we like rip to our stop loss here, guys, we're just gonna create a 30-minute gap to trade away from. Like, look, if we do not expand into this low here, we're just creating a higher time frame gap, and then I'm just gonna get stopped out. So my stop loss is what we call the real or true invalidation. So my stop is the true invalidation. That means if price comes back to my stop, right, it will trade higher into a new key level, right? And if it doesn't, it's gonna hit the low. So that when you can place your stops around these true invalidations, right, that means that you're very comfortable with losing that trade because you have the most confidence in where that stop loss is. It's not around a random spot, right? If price comes into this high, guys, what are we gonna create on this 30-minute candle? A gap. We're going to create a new fair value gap, and that means we're going to trade into that gap, and maybe we'll go lower from there. But in a winning system, losses don't mean anything, right? Losses don't mean shit in a winning system because you have conviction in what you're doing. You know where your invalidations are and stuff like that, right? So yeah, like it easily can stop you out, but when you place your stop at a place that makes sense, it's okay if it stops you out because you know you would take that trade, 10 times out of 10. Right, so we don't really love this signature, guys, where we're hanging around this CSD. We don't really like to see this consolidation near the CSD. That's very likely to then look. If you see this, it's very likely to run out the high. So this is not not the best signature. You'd like to see like expansion towards that low, especially when we have these equal lows. I don't know if you see, but we have these equal lows in the 4-hour. Let me zoom in here. Equal lows, right? This candle has no wick, this 4-hour gap. So this is a really good draw on liquidity for me. I'm not going to move my stop loss or anything, guys. It's got to be at this candle's high, right? Any new high that's created, so if we come back up above 932, guys, the trade idea is invalid. When you guys are trading, I don't know how you guys approach risk management, but you have to remember that the market's not going to show you or give you a winning trade or an idea every day. And sometimes it's going to give you the same model that prints wins and losses, right? Like natural variance of wins and losses. You can't change your rules based on the market profile because it's more volatile. Because there's a Trump tweet. You can't do that kind of shit because that's not trading like a professional, dude. You have to follow your rules, even if it's a day that you could easily say like, oh, we're so bullish. You can't just randomly look for longs, right? Or, well, Trump might say something, so I'm going to move my stop up higher. It does not work like that, dude. That's not trading. That's not how you speculate with edge, right? That's just emotional. You can't do that. So we can see this candle closes as a reversal candle off the high. So we want to see now, right, this candle, next candle open and expand. Like I said, look at the 30-minute candle. If we do not start to expand, guys, away from that opposing run, we're probably going to create a gap here. You see that? So my stop loss might be a gap on the higher time frame. And yeah, it could come back up, tag the gap. So I'm prepared for that. That's why I went half risk too. We're pretty deep in the range. right? It will create a new key level, which is going to be an M30 gap. So we're accepting that risk. If this comes into here, look at the gap. I'm going to keep this 15-minute gap, and then I'm going to put on top of it a 30-minute gap. This would be the new gap that we're creating, okay? That's what we're going to trade into if we do not hit this low. So if this next candle doesn't hit the low, it could come back in and create the gap retrace to go lower. But it doesn't mean that it's not a good signature. We got the lower time frame signature we wanted to see, right? We're just seeing this consolidation in here. We'd like to see now expansion to confirm that that high is going to hold. Right? I will say I don't like this signature though, especially because the gap is going to be opening. Like the 30-minute gap will be closed in 50 minutes, and this candle looks to be a consolidation candle, right? Right, you can see we're not reversing here very nicely. What I don't do, guys, I don't change my stop loss or TP or whatever once I set it. So even though I can recognize that there are certain conditions that I'm seeing in the market, right? There's certain things that I'm seeing that are unfavorable. I don't go in and change my position. I accept the risk of every trade I take, right? Some people use some form of dynamic risk where they're like, if this doesn't, expand here, if we don't get some sort of expansion here, I'm going to like go break even. I don't do that. I never do that. For me, it's like here's here. I'll write it out so you can remember. Like a trade idea is validated before entry, after entry, stop loss and TP are never touched. Okay. Simple rule. A trade idea is validated before my entry, and I don't care what price does after my entry. I don't control that. So we validate our ideas before we get in, and then we live with them, dude, right? I see a lot of new traders. I teach students, right? So a lot of my students, they struggle with this because this is an idea where they get in and they're very high confidence, and then they see something like this, and then they change their rules, right? They go break even, they take a partial. It's very common, and you probably have experienced that too. I would highly suggest validating your ideas in terms of your stop loss and your TP and your invalidation before you get into a trade, before you ever click the button. And then once you click the button, allow your trade idea to play out. Okay. That's probably the best piece of advice I can give you, honestly. But we'd like to see expansion. If we're going to trade lower and not create this 30-minute gap, we want to see expansion through EQ. So we need to expand through here. Ideal to see expansion through here. If not, we're creating a higher time frame gap because this will be a 30-minute gap high. This will be a M30 gap high. Man, this is like watching paint dry. We got involved and we're literally trading consolidation, dude. I pushed entry. We ripped for about 5 seconds, and now I'm watching paint dry. Am I Canadian? Yeah, I am. You guys like my keyboard? Isn't it aesthetically pleasing? Isn't it like, doesn't it sound nice? When I type, I tap away on it. Yeah, it's really choppy, bro. This is a great signature though. These equal lows. I like it. It's definitely good enough for an eval for sure. I'm not trading with my funded accounts today, guys. I told you that, right? Yeah, I did. I said that earlier. Just evals. Look at My entry is literally true support and resistance. Look where I entered. It's on the chart here. This is my entry. It's like literally exactly where we formed true support and resistance. It's funny. I think I'm going to get stopped here in this case. We're really just consolidating, and we're probably going to print a gap. Look, this candle closes in 8 minutes, right? And this candle's high is a 30-minute gap. I'll tell you something though. If I get stopped out of this 15-minute gap, guys, I might look to take a trade again from the 30-minute gap. No lie. I'll probably look for the same sequence in the same gap. So if you follow me like on my socials and whatnot, you'll be able to see that I'll probably end up looking for the same sequence in this 30-minute gap. I hope for the sake of timing that in the next 9 minutes we find out what happens, because I'm hopping off at 11:30, right? But yeah, if I get stopped out here, guys, I'll probably look for the same sequence in this gap, okay? Just before I end my stream, I'll let you guys know. But this does not look like it's going to deliver in the next 8 minutes. It does look like it's going to create this gap. We had them in the first half, that's for sure. It looked decent. It looked very decent. It just started to consolidate a bit. Some folks write in paragraphs or essays. Yeah, bro, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure, bro. This is garbage PA. I entered it at like a really just a consolidation here. Yeah, the S&P to lows is just the only thing I don't like about the S&P to lows, dude, is that we have equal lows on the 4 hour. Also, for me, we're expanding away from a true reversal, right? Printing gaps, whatnot. Like we're expanding away, leaving equal lows. I'm not gonna long this. I'm not gonna long this daily profile either, dude. Look at the daily candle. I can't long up here, dude. Look at this range. There's no way I can ever long up here, right? So this is a good trade. I'll look for the same trade from a 30-minute gap, but again, the market just might be bullish today, bro. I'm trading counter trend, dude. Could just be a bullish market today. Sometimes you end up. I used to do this a lot more when I first started trading. I just like fight the trend a bit. Sometimes we leave equal lows if we're bullish, right? And we leave equal highs if we're bearish. The market has got its own agenda, bro. Not up to us. I think we're gonna get tagged out in the next 5 minutes. So as it comes into this 15-minute high, that is my invalidation, guys. This is going to be that 30-minute gap low. What I'll tell you is I'll look at 11:30 to 12. Maybe the new 90-minute candle will open, it'll open high into that gap at 12. So maybe we'll do something like this at 12. Open high into that 30-minute gap, and then we can continue lower. But for now, it's like there's not really much here for me to look for in the next 13 minutes, right? We're just going to form the gap. Not yet, almost. We should take it, though. So unfortunately, we didn't get that expansion away, right, to this low. It's part of the game, bro. This is really where it was looking kind of mid. When we started getting this consolidation signature, bro, that's where it was looking a little mid, not gonna lie. That's not a great signature. This is a great signature. This one in here, what we traded when we entered is really nice. Right? This V shape is really nice, but then this, really gross. So I'm going to mark up before I hop off my stream segment, guys. I'm going to end in like 5 minutes here. Next segment will be on. If we come into this high, I'm marking this gap high out. Okay, guys? Simple as that. I'm going to look to see if the next 90-minute candle at 12 p.m. comes into that gap. I'll probably just taper it. But that's what I'm looking for. I wouldn't trade away from this low, guys. I would not trade away from that low. I'd still look for that low. I'll blow on the candles or something, push them down. Came pretty close to my stop, not gonna lie. I think it will tag me out, guys. It's very unlikely to leave. What's this failure swing? Like 1 point, but we'll see. Like I said, it's not over till it's over. We're right back at our entry price, so I'm more or less just screwing around here. Should take us out though. Let me read the chat quickly. Oh my gosh, I miss a lot of messages. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I only trade when certain levels are hit. They're if-then statements, dude. Right? It also makes your losers easier to sit with. If you have a system, it's easier to sit with losers. Most people chop themselves up inside. You know what's funny? Some people could be in this trade, and they'll chop themselves up in this 15-minute range. They'll be long and short, and they'll just blow their account in here. We've all done it. It's always if then, bro. If a certain level is hit and you see a certain thing, then you do something. It removes the amount of decisions you have to make. Really, that's what trading's about, is less decisions. Automate your system, or not automate, but have something that's quite mechanical, and then remove the individual decisions you make. Because those individual decisions are what are absolutely going to shoot you in the foot, bro. 100%. Those are the worst things for you in the moment. Anyone else think this is a trap? Is it a bull trap or a bear trap? I would love to see them just sell the hell out of this, bro. Look, I would love to see them just sell it right 2 ticks away from my stop loss. Oh, maybe they will. Can you imagine? Can you imagine they just sell it all the way to 0 from here? Sell it all the way to 0. I don't even want this level. I want YM to go to 0. That would be some crazy. That would be some. I mean, there's equal failure swings, guys. Look, failure swing at the high, failure swing at the low. Sell it. Oh, please sell it. Oh, this is disgusting, dude. Look at this. I would not like to trade away from this equal high. So even though I'm in this trade, guys, I would not trade away from this equal high. Look at these equal highs up here. Oh, just sell it. Just sell it, market makers, please. Guys, call up all of your market making friends. Tell them to sell the Dow Jones right now. 100 lots, every single one of them. Someone in here must have like a quant. Someone in here must know someone on the inside. Tell them to sell this in the next minute before I get off my screen. We got 20 seconds left in my segment. I'm gonna pass it off for the next host, but we're right around my break even, guys. All seriousness, this is a pretty choppy trade. As you can see, we have equal highs and we're targeting equal lows. So we'll see what happens. We're not gonna touch our stop loss or anything. You guys can just like follow me on like Twitter or like YouTube or whatever, and I'll just post the recap of this trade when it's done. So you'll be able to see that, right? I will see you guys all next Wednesday. Throw a like if you enjoy this, man. We're almost up to 400 likes and 400 viewers concurrently. It's not bad at all. So yeah, throw a like in the channel. Let me know what questions you have, and I will see you guys all next week. Peace.
Good morning. How's everybody?
Good morning, guys.
How's it going over there, Husk? How was your trading this morning?
very, very mediocre today. What were you like 1 for 1 on the fundeds? We took a 120 loss on the one funded the very first trade because I forgot to look to the left and I did not notice all that consolidation to the left over there. All right, guys, forms are already dropped.
Right away, forms in the chat. Let's go.
This has been very, very tough price action this morning, man. Every time I turn around, I feel like you were in a trade over there. I was like, man, Methodical Man's really pushing it today.
Yeah, we were on evals. I mean, not doing anything too crazy, but we, caught some of the short, try to take a little reversal trade there. Took a small loss on that, but overall, not doing too bad.
I want to say the one trade that I probably gave up the most on is I shorted that 89 on that big push all the way down. So I was basically up like 40, 50 points, but unfortunately I only took 10 points because I thought we would continue following through down there to 24,900s or 10s, but man, it just popped all the way back up 100 points. So kind of got holding the bag on that one.
Yeah, now we're in no man's land. Gonna be a little tricky trading during this hour, in my opinion, but we'll do the best we can. You guys haven't already hit that like button. We're at 442 likes. See if we can't push it up to 500 today.
Man, thank you guys all for the likes today. Good job.
What I'm personally waiting for here is for ES to reclaim 6809. That's kind of my line in the sand. If we get above the 6809 there, we will take the long. If we don't, then we might look to short that area. We'll see. Currently, ES holding at 67.98. So,
yeah, we are building up this really big, nice trend line on the 5 minutes. So, I thought that this could be the pop here.
Do have equal highs at 37. I heard the previous host talking about that. I always say Fez wrong, so I don't want to say it, but say his name wrong. But yeah, it looks like we're retesting 6802 now on the ES. I'm just going to wait. If we kind of get above 6809, then I'm going to look to take a long.
Yeah, I think we'd have to get through the 50s for me to be interested in a long. It's like, I feel like if we push back up to the 50s, we're just going to be kind of bumping our heads on that 30 minutes of consolidation. So be very, very tough this morning. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, man, this has probably been one of the hardest trading sessions. I mean, if you missed that opening trade, the rest of the morning has been super tough, super choppy, no good follow through. Just a lot. It almost feels like an Asia market in the New York session is what it felt like.
Yeah, I did hit the opening range trade this morning. It was kind of funny because it didn't, for whatever reason, the copier didn't take it on one of my funded accounts and it would have hit payout had it taken it. So kind of annoying there, but I did just put it away. Didn't let it affect me. I was like, you know what? We're green on the other accounts. Let's just put it away. So gold did very well last night as well, guys. If you were trading gold, I think it was 6 for 6, 5 for 5, something like that. It did take one loss, but I didn't take that loss because of the news. I saw that big news candle spike and I took my order off.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people got their rear end destroyed on that one last night.
That's kind of what I was talking about last night when I came onto my stream. I said, look, guys, this is not like last week when we knew Trump was speaking at 8, right? We knew when the news was coming. You could avoid it. You could work around it. It's not like that at all. The news could come at any moment. There could be a response. And that's exactly what happened at around 6:30. We got that big 150 point wick down, followed by a 500 point push up after a 100 point gap up on the opening at the open. So kind of a wild day there overnight. I think it was maybe 700 or 800 point move overnight. And what are we at now? 330 point intraday move here. So about half. So you can see how ES is working its way back above 6802 here. I've tipped it to long now, but I'm going to wait for extra confirmation.
Yeah, you want to kind of get through these 50s, man, because you're just going to run right into that consolidation. It's going to be the same style price action where it's just hitting it, coming back, hitting it, coming back, hitting it, coming back. You're just going to get that type of price action.
And we might go for one and done today, guys. I'm looking at a trade on the ES, so we might go one and done there. We're going to have a 5 or 6 point stop on the ES trade. and we're going to be looking for 5 points. So if we get taken out, we'll just be done on our challenge account.
Oh, cheating on me over there on the ES, man. Come on.
Well, we can go 5 points and make $125,
Well, I
or
know.
we can lose 180.
I don't want you to lose 180.
Well, if it loses, it loses, right?
I know.
Guys, remember, new users, 25K flex accounts, just $49. Lowest entry price ever, $77. For existing users, use code YouTube for that. Let's go.
What did we get? We got 456 on the likes, guys. Still need about 45 more likes.
I will tell you, Husk, this morning I was listening to Tom and Terry.
Right.
And Tom said his money is on Husk to win. So I told him that was rude. Very rude. So, but yeah, his money's on the Husk to win. I don't know why.
Got to stick to the nasty girl over here, the NASDAQ.
I don't know what he sees in Husk, but he sees something. I mean, let's think about this, guys. The market typically doesn't just go straight down, right? So I'm not going to be shocked if we push back up into kind of that midnight open area, the 103. We got low resistance liquidity here to the left. Just kind of have to get going there. So,
all right, finally getting that pushback through the 50s. That's kind of what I was waiting on.
I'm going to move my ES chart over here so you guys can see. Again, I'm looking for the reclaim here. And look for the reclaim of 68.09. I want to see a decent candle close above that. Prosh is on Husk side. All right, let me time him out for 345 minutes. Just kidding. Just kidding. But yeah, I'm looking at that 68.09 level over here on the ES. I don't want to just take a breakout of it. I really need to be patient here with it. I need to see some acceptance there. Sometimes I get a little antsy with the recoveries of these levels and I get in too soon and I get myself in trouble. So we don't really want to be doing that. It is back inside initial balance here.
Yeah, I kind of waiting for another candle to print and see if it can wick down into the top of that consolidation. Because you really don't want to take that first stab up into the 70s to 75s.
All right, we're approaching my level here. Let's see if we get above. If we can get above, we are going to stab long. And whatever the outcome is, that's what we are going to accept. Obviously, we would prefer it to be a win. So, you think we're going to go down, not up? I mean, that's an option. For sure. Listen, if you're looking for an area to short, this could be it as well. You don't know. Could be.
For some reason, my timer's not on here, so I'm still waiting on this. I'm looking for my charts with the timer.
All right, you got to push up into the 09 area and then got a nice little pullback here. Let's see.
Got about 40 seconds, 39 seconds left.
5 minute is at the 21 EMA here at the 55 level on NASDAQ. So, again, this could be a spot where we turn down. I mean, I'm just looking for just kind of a little reclaim of this level so that we can go. I think if we get up here, we can go. So, that's the idea. Just going to be looking for 5 points with 5 micros.
All right, here comes your new 5 minute. 2 seconds.
No close above yet on any time frame. So, Husker, you thinking about a short here?
Well, I'm just waiting to see what happens with this 5 minute candle, but we've already pulled back 50% of the body, it looks like.
This could get into an interesting scenario here. I could just take the break through the 09 now. So we'll see what happens. This also could be a good short spot. I mean, typically at the 21 EMA on the 5 minute, you get a little bit of a reaction. And so far, we are kind of getting a reaction there. We are.
I think it's just going to bump heads with 37. You got to think you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 candles there. So that was the first hit on that 37.
Little support trying to turn into, or little resistance turning into some support.
Yeah.
I'm going to be patient here and wait on my level to reclaim. If I don't get it, I'm not going to take it. So that's what we're looking at. And I do think that if ES works its way back below 02 here, then that's trouble for the bulls. That would be trouble. But that being said, the next run back through this high here probably gets some momentum going. If we can get it.
We just have not had clean 5-minute candles. Every single candle has just been horrible today. It's like you're just lucky to get your 5 or 10 points.
I'm trying to decide whether I want to just take 5 and walk away, or really try to leave a runner on that if we can. I'm not sure. I do think the push up into like 1920 area makes a lot of sense. What I'll do is I'll just leave a run. I'll see if I can't leave a runner. We'll try. We get the opportunity if we get tagged in. If we get tagged in, guys, we need less than 100 subscribers to be at 64K. Help us out.
Sweet.
If you've not yet subscribed, it's free. If you've not hit the like button, it's free. What are you doing? No reason not to do it.
Friends, family, sub accounts.
Any and every one will work.
I thought it was funny last night. Someone says, because Max won the giveaway last night in my lobby. They're like, is that Methodical's man, Dog Max? I was like, it could possibly be. I wouldn't put it past him.
No, it wasn't. Unfortunately, it wasn't Max.
Okay. I was like, Max didn't want a giveaway.
Max said, I will take the giveaway though. Give it to me.
Oh, goodness.
So you can kind of see here the struggles at this level. That's why I was saying, like, this is the bull bear line for me. Whether or not we make it above it or not, I really don't know. Yeah, Max is over there asleep, guys. He's chilling. He is chilling. He was in a very aggressive mood last night. He was barking a lot.
All right, we're going to try the long here just with like a 5-point stop. I'm going to come keep it super small.
Husk trying the long. All right. Good luck, sir.
Actually, even a 10-point stop. So we're just going to risk $30 just because I'm still not quite sure how much I like the long, but just don't know if we can get 10 points out of this.
And what are we in? 3 micros?
Yeah. So that's why we're risking, like I said, we're just risking $30 or $60. I'm sorry, $60.
I'm going to wait for a little more confirmation here, see if we can get above this level. I do like it, though. I like the idea here. For the long. The only thing I would say is you are trading up into a 5-minute order block there. But I think you can pop it still. A lot of consolidation up above here as well,
Oh, most definitely.
But I think it can go.
That's why we're only risking 10 points.
What are you thinking? Like that's about 50% of the candle?
I figured we've already pushed down there like 2 or 3 times, so I'm not sure how many more times we're going to push down there.
There we go. Getting a nice little squeeze now. I'll probably be joining you in the long here.
All right, we're going to go to break even.
See if we get a close above the 09 here. Want to wait for a bit of a close above. A little bit of acceptance of the level would be nice.
Remember, it can hit that 75 and come back, though. And that looks like it's maybe.
Let's see here. All right, I'm in here. Jumping in as well. I like the strong candle close above here. On the 09. Let me see if I can get.
Remember, this thing could pop back off that 75. You're hitting all the, what, 3 or 4 big candles there, guys.
$15. I'm going to look for 15 here, and then I'm going to leave a runner on if I can get it. To 19. Yep. All right, I need a run into the 15, and I'm going to go stop to break even on the ES. What are you thinking on the upside over there on the NQ?
Wait, you're long in both
No,
ES?
No, I'm only long ES.
Oh,
Why would I be long both?
I don't know.
No, I'm only long ES.
Dude, you're double dipping on the ES on me, man.
How's that a double dip? It's the same thing.
We got to be trading the same market. Same market.
No, this is the same.
No.
How's it any different?
Because, man, trading the ES is like going in a mini. Like, what's that?
No.
Are you in 3 micros?
I'm in 5 micros.
Dude, come on, man. You're trying to get an edge on me over here. You're trying to outperform me on the NQ. Come on.
No, I'm just in 5 micros. It's nothing.
Dude, that's like $25 a point, dude. Come on.
Well, yeah, but the ES moves a lot slower.
Still.
Moves a lot slower here. You got to keep that in mind.
Come on.
That also means that the losses can be bigger. Come on, ES is at 1275. We need 15 to go break even.
Gotta keep it even. Keep it even, guy.
We need the push to the 15. I got the VWAP up there at the 15 as well, so the VWAP is up there as well. I got in a little bit later than I really would like, but you really want to see it accept this level. So,
well, $25 a point. You only need like 2 points.
No, I'm going for more than $50. I'm going for 5 points, 125. Dude, you got to understand that also is you're putting more risk on the loss, right? That means you can only have a 4 or 5 point stop. So it works the same. It works the same. My average is 1025. So I'm going to have probably a 7 or 8 point stop on this. Don't currently have a stop in, but it's a mental stop. Husk is over there worried, and he's over there in a runner. He's already got his profit, and he's in a runner.
Yeah. But for me to match that, I would have to be in.
No,
Dude, I would have to be in for a mini and a half. No,
you can't. The ES and the NASDAQ are not, they don't trade the same. So you got to understand, like 5 points on the ES is like 40 or 50 points on the NQ. So
40 or 50 points, man. Come on.
Yeah, so it's much more difficult to get 5 points on ES than it is on NQ. That's my point. I might. Wait, that still says 5. That's supposed to say 4. What the heck?
Let me mark out the 50%.
I'm going to scale out of a couple of these here. I'm down to 2 micros here. Looking for the 15 and a quarter. Not really locking in that much profit on it though. All right, I'm going to scale down to 1 micro here. I'm going to go stop to break even. See, that's only $60, Husk. That's it. So we got the VWAP up here at the 15 on the ES. I'm going to see if we can't squeeze our way up to the 19. That would put us at $100 for the day if we get to the 19 here just with a runner. So let's go.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I at least lock in 20 points here this way.
Coming into the macro here, I want to see this thing kind of push up. It's got to get through that 15. We should get a little bit of an expansion candle through 15 here.
Or we're at the 50% at the moment. So got to be careful here.
50% on NQ, is that what you mean?
Yeah, the total move pullback from this morning.
Nice. I really should probably have my stop lower here, but because we could retest the 09 area one more time. Obviously, we like it to just get through the VWAP here and go, but it may not. You're already at break even as well, Husk, right?
No, I've locked in 20 points.
20 points. Let's go. So that puts you at 20, 40, $80 on the day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 75 or so probably after fees. Not bad. That's an excellent trade. And you're targeting to the upside. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I like the NQ to push all the way up to 25,103 to retest that midnight candle.
Yeah, I want to get the big pushback. I just don't want to get up 30, 40 points and this thing come back and break even and I only end up with $40. That's the only downfall to this.
Because you kind of have low resistance up that way. So all the way up to the 25,100 level there. So we're tagging the VWAP here on the ES. Let's see if we can't break our way through it. Can we break our way through the ES? Anybody in the chat in these longs? You guys in this long? This is counter trend, so it is very tricky, very risky, but risk off at this point. I do think that both of these trades made a lot of sense, right? Marked out a key level, talked about the key level. We got above it. Husk laugh is making us wait. Yeah, Husk will laugh once he hits TP.
Yeah.
He'll laugh once he hits his TP. Before then, he's always nervous.
We're focused, guys. Focused.
And complaining about me entering a trade on the ES.
Well,
which in my opinion is much more difficult to trade than that.
I don't want you even trading the ES. I want it to be mono e mono.
It's still mono e mono.
No.
ES is more difficult to trade in my opinion.
Well, of course it's difficult, but I want it to be mono e mono.
I would have been in sooner on EQ probably.
Well, that's a-okay.
What type of accent does Husk have? He's originally from Germany.
Yeah.
No, he has a Georgia accent. Georgia mixed with Arkansas.
Yeah, southern guys, southern.
Yeah, ES is just slower, so it messes with your kind of mental a little bit more. It's not going to just go straight to the target. You got to be more patient. And like, let's be honest, I'm not that patient of a person. So,
all right. So we are at the 50% on the pullback here, guys. So this is 50% of the total move when we pulled fib a few minutes ago.
So let's just see if it hits. Georgia, he's from the same part as me, Northeast Georgia. Northeast Georgia. I live just outside of Athens.
No, we hit that 90 level. Son of a man, come on. All right, it should get to 75. Nope.
So what do we hit the we smashed 90 there? Yeah, I still think we're going to 103. We need that quick pop into 103. This next run through 90 should get it, in my opinion. See if we can get the next run through 90. 30-second gives you precise entry, says Kim. Let's go. I used to love the 30-second chart.
Oh, those second charts hurt my head. I can't do the second. I've tried, but I just can't do it.
Yeah, I used to love those charts. Back in the day.
Do it.
If this trade could just smash here, we'll be basically back to break even on the account. So we probably would be break even already had I not scaled out a little bit before the 5 points. That's what I'm saying, like paper handing over here on the 5 pointers. So, but we can make it back on the runner here. We do got top of the hour in 4 minutes. That's going to hopefully give us what we need. If we don't get it before then. ES is pushing up here back above the VWAP. NASDAQ approaching the 85s here. Rejected off the 90 on that first push. It might take one more shove. I don't know if this push gets through there or not, but that next shove, I think, should give us a little bit of momentum to kind of carry through there.
Yeah, you got to get through those 20. I don't know if we get through the 25,100s. That's kind of what we have to get through.
Oh, we're going to get through there. We're going to the 10. I think we're going to 25, 106, 105 and a quarter. 25, 105 and a quarter at a minimum, but I don't know how we get there is kind of the problem.
You said 125 and a quarter?
No, 105 and a quarter.
Oh.
So that would be kind of where I think we're going at a minimum. We also are kind of approaching 50% of initial balance on the ES. 50% is sitting up there at 68.21. So we'll see. Again, we're about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes here, a little more for the top of the hour. It's either going to, listen, we're either going to get the top of the hour blessing and it's going to run to the target, or it's going to,
it's going to give us that gap fill in back down to the 60s. What I'm hoping doesn't happen.
Yeah, or it's going to dump. It's going to do one or the other. So, guys, everybody buy 1 micro on the ES here. Let's call your friends, call your family. Let's get it going.
Yeah, let's get that micro up.
We just need to move it. 1 micro gives so much peace in trading. Hey, you can get annihilated with 1 micro too. Trust me. Trust me, you can. All right, so there's the actual push into 90 on the NQ.
Yeah, that's like I said, that's around that 50% mark. So this is definitely your kind of line in the sand, dude. If we cannot get through this 50%, it's just going back down.
I think it should push.
What do we got?
Oh, there's Max, guys. He gave us a little bark. I don't know what that means.
Let's go, Max. Watch this thing come back, stop me out, then just rip.
Where's your stop at?
Right below that last wick at 76. Like I said, we're going to hold on to our 20 points because 30 points. I told myself that I should be getting my 30 points. We got our 30 points and I'm still trying to hold for more. That cost me yesterday too, guys. I hit my 30 points and I'm over here trying to get 40 and 50.
Max got a couple of grumbles. I think more than 1 bark means long. So I got to sell Max signals. That's right. $159.99 per month. That's all it costs. You can have yourself a wiener dog signal.
That's a good one. Wiener dog signal.
A good old wiener dog.
Oh, shoot.
All right, less than a minute here. That is not, I was going to say, that is not a favorable reaction. Maybe he was saying short. Or maybe he was saying stop husk out and then go long. So what'd you end up with there? Did it stop you out or did you move it?
$70.
$70. I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I will, if this stops me out, I'll be at 60. So pretty much right there with you. He said, reverse incoming. No, no, no. Let's go.
It's annoying.
So we had an SMT with YM. I don't usually watch YM. I do. I know if Fez watches it. I don't usually watch it though. 4 seconds, guys. 2, 1. Blast off? Question mark? Blast off?
Probably so.
Data latency? Question mark? Oh, come on, go. Get your tail through there. I think if ES gets back above the 90 level, or ES, NASDAQ gets back above 90, this thing should just go. If it rejects again up here at the 90, then that would be the problem. So that could be the problem.
I didn't
blast off. Come on.
What did I cost myself? $20, I think.
Yeah, I think you said 10 points. Yeah, $20. No big deal. There we go. Let's go. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Dude, I need 10. I just need 2 little lousy points over here on the ES. Just 2 lousy points. NASDAQ's at the 90.
Yeah, no.
Oh. I'm not. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Man.
Up 100.
I'm feeling robbed over here, man. I'm feeling robbed over here.
Robbed and sobbed. Listen, I held your hand and I told you it was going to 103 at least. And you didn't listen to me. I tried to hold his hand, guys, but hey, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Guys, we have officially put ourselves back in the green on the challenge. We're now at $25,092. Let's go. There we go. There's the 103. I was looking, if you guys wonder what I was looking at, this is the end of the low resistance liquidity at 105 or 107 on the MNQs. It's at 105 on the NQ. So that's why I said 105.25 at a minimum. And yeah, that's also right there where the VWAP is.
Yeah, back in that order block here.
And IB midpoint sitting up there at 147.7. Let me move my MES chart back over here so I can see it. You could potentially take an IB short here on ES as well. Like if you're an IB trader, anybody considering an IB short up there at 68.21?
Let's see how much time we got left. Still got
a
bit of time left on this candle.
I might take it on the other account. I'm not going to take it on the this account though. I'm on the wrong. I'm on gold. Oh my goodness. All right, top of the hour gave us what we needed there. There's 105, there's 107. That's the end of the low resistance liquidity. So now we don't know what's going to happen right here. Right? We kind of had all this just generated liquidity here on the way down. I mean, when you see that, the V shape is normally going to come and run that. So we don't know what's going to happen here. We get the IB midpoint at 147, 148 area there on the NQ. I'm going to switch over to the other account. We're going to lock in our $103 day. Be smart about it. Let's go. And I am going to short on the other account. I'm going to take an IB short, I think, on the ES, but I'm going to use it. I'm going to go through the back door here. Let's see here.
We're almost waiting for a new 5-minute candle. See what happens with it. See if it's going to push back down to maybe retest the 90s or the 100s.
ES is definitely the stronger indice right now. That's why I chose to long the ES. I can't calm down, Eric. I had a good trade. Yeah. Yes. We can't do it. We can't calm down. I was over there trying to hold, Husk always talks junk to me about holding my hand. So,
dude, you're holding the ES. Get out of here.
Guys, is there anything? It's a trading challenge, right? It doesn't matter whether you're trading ES, NASDAQ. It's a trading challenge. I could trade gold if I wanted to. We could slap it in on gold. I am short 621 on ES, by the way, on the other account, looking for 6805. 6821, looking for 6805. Decent spot to start looking for shorts. Koa said they have no faith in you, Husk. Zero faith.
All good. All good.
Zero faith in Husk. Husk is not even going to read the comment. Actually,
I'm sorry. I get focused on my charts, guys.
You take the 930 and 1030 candles, mark your IB range. That's what I do. I'm not an expert on it by any stretch, whichever one is formed second, you wait for the 50% pullback and then target that again. That's my general understanding. I don't know if you take it after it breaks through the low or not. I really have no idea. But we're going to take it.
I feel like we need a retest of the 90 here and see if that area is going to hold and see if we're going to continue pushing. You said the initial balance is sitting up there at 147.
147.75 is the midpoint for the NQ, but we already hit the midpoint on the ES. Yeah, let's get to 500 likes, guys. Where are we at? Let me refresh. We're at 465. We just need 35 more likes. We can get that done. We can get that done. Does it have a voice filter? Yeah, he has a his voice is normally very high and raspy, and so he has a voice changer on there to make him sound more southern.
Oh, that's funny.
No, I'm kidding. What are you thinking, Husk, as far as the next trade? Are you thinking of a long?
I only like the long because I feel like we're going to push up to the 25s. Then after that, I'm not sure because we hit that first wick. So the next wick's up there at the 30.
We did also just pull back into the 9 EMA. Excuse me, retest the bottom of that 15-minute opening range as well. There at the 90. Did the opening range play even work today? Let me see. It was a big range, huh? So you needed 100 points. I mean, it gave you 1 R, I guess. Did it give you 1 R?
Yeah, we missed out on a lot on that. Like I said, I feel like we could possibly get the 133s, 134s. Since we already kind of hit the 90s. Just not really sure here.
I think on any pullbacks, like on the ES, you want to see that 09 level hold. You can kind of put that as like your line in the sand. If the 09 level holds, it probably can continue up. Deuce, if you just keep shorting, eventually you'll be right. Maybe. I would probably say if you keep, well, I mean, here's the thing. We have a lot of interest lower. But the problem is, like, Husk likes to pay attention to the 1 hour and the 4 hour. And if you bring up the hourly here, I'll bring it up right quick. Look at where we kind of bounced off of there. We swept the low of this hourly candle.
Yeah, hit the 4 hour too. That was the 4 hour too.
Was it the 4 hour? Maybe it was the 4 hour I'm thinking about. Yeah, that's what it is. We swept that low and had a huge bullish reaction.
Yep, hit the 4 hour.
Kind of tapped into a 4 hour gap as well. So I don't know. For me, it's tough to look for shorts here unless it's some sort of mechanical play, kind of like the initial balance. And I'm short over here on the ES on this other account. And I'm going to go stop to break even at 09 because that's going to be my line in the sand, right?
For shorts, we would have to sweep back below 73s.
So we'll see what happens. That, of course, is not the challenge account. It's just another account that I'm trying to trade and get funded. Max does control me, Raul. Whenever Max barks, I have to wonder, am I in the right direction or not? The right direction or not?
What do we hit? 115, 116?
Yeah, a little pushback up there. We do have the VWAP at 106. At least that's where mine is. For some reason, my VWAP is not always correct, though. So.
Debating on if I want to do a 2 micro trade on this next setup, but I'm just not sure.
Listen, guys, this is going to take. That's the thing about this challenge. Only trading it during this 1 hour and it being a 25K account. I mean, we're going to be trading this. Like you said, I mean, this is going to be going on for a month or more. Probably in the eval stage. And we're both trying to use very controlled risk management here. We're not trying to lose more than 100 to 200 a day. So I know I've already had a $250 loss one day and he had a 380. But for the most part, we're trying to keep it very tight and not blow these accounts. You know, it's difficult. I mean, let's be honest. This is not going to be easy. You're not going to win it in a single day. It's going to take several days of risk management and controlled trading to
I don't
get
know.
it there.
I've had a nice streak of calling out 30-point trades, man. We've had a nice
yeah.
little streak calling out the 30-pointers.
Well, even at 30 points, though, you're looking for maybe $100 a day.
Yeah, that's
so if you count, like, you throw in an occasional red day, just it's what it is. So Bear has to go. The Bulls kicked you out. Oh no, Bear. Let's go.
So you'd like to see a 2 or 3 candle 5-minute pullback here and kind of create a little bull flag to pop up.
Yeah, it is kind of looking kind of bull flaggy right now. You got one red candle here on the 5-minute. About 50%, or actually, I guess we're about 50% of the body of that previous 5-minute candle at this point. So we'll see.
Another 90 hit there.
Again, ES, the VWAP is sitting at 815. I don't really see anything holding us up on the ES. We could go back down and retest the 6809 level.
Got the winners.
Or we could just rip. All right, Google Form winners, D Hall 2.0. Pops in drops. YYSFDL. Samuel Liago. Backstore. Are you present? If you guys don't speak now, you will forever lose your account. Hopefully Baxter's here. He lost an account earlier and then bought another one. Hopefully he's here to collect his winnings, to collect his spoils. So, congratulations. Hopefully everybody is present. Guys, if you go to the restroom, take your phone with you. I mean, what kind of serial killer goes to the restroom without their phone? Anyway. What are you over there reading the shampoo bottle? Are you taking the newspaper with you, getting in there, popping open the newspaper? I did used to do that on Sundays. I'm dating myself here, showing my age. I used to bring the newspaper into the restroom on a Sunday. That's when you get all the good sales papers and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, congrats to all the winners today.
Let's go.
Downsize and keep your account alive for as long as you can. That's usually the key here.
You're getting a decent pullback here, a little more movement. Let's see here. Magazines. I never really had any magazines. I do remember using a Reader's Digest a couple times. Anybody remember the Reader's Digest? They would have pretty solid short stories in there. All winners present. Let's go. You guys know what Husk was reading. I can't say it on the stream. You guys can drop your ideas in the chat of what magazine Husk was reading. He definitely did not like the magazine for the pictures. He liked it for the articles.
Yeah.
Liked it for the articles. 100%.
Ooh, what did we get from the 50s? Was that almost like 60, 70 points?
Eric said I had the magazines under the bed. No, you don't have to hide Reader's Digest. Mad Magazine, that's true. Word Up Magazine.
What is this? 1, 2. It's about the third push through the hundreds here.
That's actually how Husk got into trading Koa. He saw their ads in the back actually says that he can get rich from trading.
Yeah, become a futures trader.
And that's how he became a trader. Like on Wolf of Wall Street said, our ads actually say that you can get rich.
It's like, show me a check that you made that amount of money. I'll call my boss right now.
I'll quit my job and I work for you today. Hey, how's everything? Hey, listen, I quit. Everything's good. I quit.
That's a good one.
Scratches his eye through his glasses. He doesn't even have any lenses in them.
Oh, was that a movie mistake? I didn't see that one.
I don't think it was a mistake. I mean, he says in the movie that he wears horn rims to make himself look more waspy.
Oh, okay.
Guys, give us a follow over there on the social medias. We will follow you back. At least I am. I don't know if Husk is. I assume he is.
Yeah.
I'm considering taking profit on this ES short at 09. What do you guys think? I mean, that's my line in the sand for the Bulls and the Bears. The profit's technically at 05. It's where you should be taking profit. Well, I can either take profit at 09 and then go break even. It could just be a free trade, or we could take profit at 09 completely and just be out.
Well, we're working on that 75. We're about to break this next ledge. Man.
I think I'm going to take profit at 09. I think that's the smart thing to do here. Everyone got import tuner magazines. Listen, what about, I can tell you guys a magazine that I remember. East Bay. Anybody remember East Bay magazine?
No, I don't remember that one.
That's the magazine I used to look at and drool at all the stuff I couldn't afford. You know, they had shoes and clothing and sports stuff in there.
Is that kind of like a old catalog? Is that?
Yeah, it's a catalog magazine. Yeah, it's not. There was no articles in it. So
okay, that's totally new to me. I don't think I've ever heard of that. I do remember the catalogs from back in the day, but I don't remember the name.
Yeah, East Bay was I would look at all the shoes I could not afford, and yeah, that sort of thing. It was like a little sports magazine. We do have the 21 EMA sitting at 25,068 on NASDAQ. So we might get a little bounce there. It kind of lines up with my take profit here.
I'm hoping that this is just a 3-candle bull flag on the 5 minutes for the next green candle to go up. That's kind of what I'd like to see.
I might just take this off, guys. What do you think, Max? Take it off or hold it? Max says something over here, guys. I'm not sure what. All right, we're 1 point away. I'm going to go ahead and take the profit. Just take the profit. Why not? Let's get the profit in the bag. Nothing wrong with taking profit, right?
What time we got left? Shoot, we still got about 2.5 minutes left on this candle. We're waiting on the very next 5-minute candle to see what's going to happen with the next 5-minute candle. So if the next 5-minute candle can break above this 3-candle pullback, definitely I like the long for myself.
It's so funny how Max will sit there all day and he won't really bark much, and then I get on the MyFunded stream and he starts barking. He's like, oh, we're on the other stream now. Let's just make some noise. So let's go, Deuce. Nice job. You shorted at 25,103. That I was actually kind of surprised that Huss didn't short there. We had the VWAP, we had the midnight candle, we tapped into a 5-minute order block that he talks about. That looked like a spot where you would normally take a short.
Well, I knew it wasn't going to be clean moving back down. It was just going to be like super choppy back and forth. So I didn't feel like fighting it.
Because I know you like that midnight candle. I actually marked it out today. I don't even normally mark that candle out. So, guys, remember, Flex account still just $49. Code YouTube, $77 for existing members. For MyFundedFutures.
The best code on the street, YouTube.
There we go. We're getting a little twitchiness now. I'm glad I took profit there. We hit that 10 area. What do we come? We hit 975 and we bounced 5 points.
We're about 45 seconds away.
This was my line in the sand, guys, for the Bulls. We talked about it 6809. If that holds, you do kind of have. I mean, let's be honest. Here's the thing. You kind of have an FU long here. I don't like it. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it is there. It is there. Anybody know what this wick is now at 116? Anybody see that?
I think that was from the opener this morning, right?
No, the 116 wick that we just put in. What do you think? What do you think is? Anybody notice anything about it?
Is it protected?
It is a protected high.
Uh-oh.
So this is now a protected high. Now this is only on the 2-minute and the 5 minutes. It's not even actually one on the 5 minute. It's only on the lower time frame. So it's not going to be as strong, but it's basically not a great target. Doesn't mean we can't get back through there. It's just not a good target. Now this low here would need to be swept theoretically down here at 25,004 for this to be unprotected. But this is only a lower time frame protected high. It's not a higher time frame one, so it's not as strong. But it is in fact protected. So we'll wait and see. It's just not a great target. That's only my opinion. I could be wrong. Hey, we got another winner coming up. Let's go.
Oh, they dropped the extra. Nice.
Husk actually does have a couple of dogs. He has a
Blue healer,
and a
collie.
Yeah, and a collie. Yeah.
Yep.
The blue healer is older. She's older, right?
Yeah, she's 11.
And she has quite a bit of health issues. She's got diabetes.
Yeah,
and,
we have to give her daily shots.
Yeah, she's kind of blind. She doesn't really get around too well. So,
and we got to travel everywhere with her almost.
Yeah, sweet dog though. Very sweet dog. So, Deuce, you got to get in there and drop more deuces in the chat. That's what you got to do. So, I actually have never seen Husk's other dog, the collie. What is that dog's name? I don't even know the dog's name.
All right, we're going to try a long up to the 98 here. Well,
what's your other dog's name, Husk? I can't remember.
Piper.
Piper, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, we might have got stopped. Yep, I think we did. Might risk our profits today.
Well, we are tapping back into a small.
Yeah. I tried to catch that wick when we broke that wick to the top side there. I thought we would get one more retest of the 100 level.
Ayo, did you wake up this morning? If the answer is yes, then you've won in life, and that's all that matters. As long as you wake up the next day, that's a win. A win is a win. We take it as we can. I actually don't hate it, Husk. I think this might, if this gets back above that 85 area here, I think we can squeeze. But ES did just smack right into the VWAP there. I think that's part of the reason why we kind of pulled back.
Okay. Yeah, so this will be the last trade of the day. So basically, we're just risking our 60 or $70 we made a while ago.
420 RYUM. Congratulations. You won a 50K Rapid account. Fill out the form in the chat to claim it right now. What is that? What does 420 stand for? RYUM. I have no clue. Yeah, drop your answer in the chat there. We need to know what that stands for. I have no idea. The only thing I know is that is one of the kids' birthdays, April the 20th, you know?
Mine's April 22nd.
There you go. See, I don't even never know when Husk's birthday is, because I'm going to tell you what he does on social media. He uses his daughter's birthday. Now, I know that's not his birthday. So everybody will start telling him happy birthday on social media, and I'll just chuckle and say, I know that's not his birthday, but I don't know when his real birthday is. So that's like December the 15th or something, I think, or the 12th.
Yeah, December 12th. This is my youngest daughter's birthday.
Yeah, yeah. So I know that's not yours. But I'll try to remember April 22nd since it's pretty close to Jackson's birthday. New 5-minute candle in about 45 seconds, Husk. This is a good reaction. Very good reaction here. Maybe get a little squeeze back into that 103 area one more time. A little retest. It could just retest 90 though and turn back down.
Yeah, I know.
So
like I said, we're pretty much risking our profits is what we're risking.
What are we in? 3 micros? Looks like it.
No, 2.
2 micros.
We're in this time. Yeah, we downsize a little bit.
Not a bad idea. New 5-minute candle here in about 5 seconds. We'll see if that gives us the push. Does look bull flaggy on the 5-minute. I'm going to give it that. Looks bull flaggy. Let's see if it can get back above the 90 here. We'll probably get a little squeeze going. Let's just see. Izzy Lizzie's is 429. Let's go. That's not too far off. What do we got? About another 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Jackson will be turning 15. He'll get his learner's license. My daughter turned 15. 2 weeks? About a week and a half ago. So She went to go get her learner's license, and unfortunately, the Department of Driver Services was closed. That's not the reaction we wanted. What's going on?
Nope. May even have to close this at 10 points.
Well, it kind of retested the 50% mark.
Yeah, it's already way down there. Yeah, it's going to get that 75. So close.
420, it stands for April the 20th. Let's go. Is that your birthday too? Anybody know when my birthday is? It's very close to Husk's daughter's birthday. Very, very close. We have a lot of family that has December birthdays. I don't know why is that a thing. It's like, does that mean, oh, look at there, Husk. Does that mean that stuff was going on in February if you're born in December? There we go. Raul knows it. Look at the squeeze. ES is above the VWAP here, looking really good. Husk is trailing it up pretty tight here.
Yeah.
I think you get the push here. Where's that target at? 98?
Yeah.
Where's that? Okay, yeah, I think you're good. It's a really good push here. If this 2-minute candle can close up here, I think.
Dang it. I couldn't hit the break even.
All
All
right,
right. We gave it a whirl. That was very, very risky right there. I know that kind of scared me off when you started talking about protected high up there. But
hey, that doesn't mean that it can't get ran again. It's just.
Yeah, but it still wasn't very clean.
It's just a high resistance high. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's on the lower time frame too. So you have to keep that in mind. I really like the protected highs and lows when they're on like the hourly, the 15-minute, the 5-minute, somewhere in there. The lower time frames, they're not as good, but they still can work. So guys, we got about 2.5 minutes until Matt's going to be coming up. So get ready for that. If you are just joining us, hit the like button, subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Let's see how many likes we got. Did we push over to 500 mark?
We got close, man. We're like 20 something away last time I saw.
478. Guys, we need 22 more likes. Let's do it. Do me a personal favor and hit the like button. Come on. That's a great close on the 2-minute chart right there. Let's see if it can bring us higher or not.
All right. So what is your actual number sitting at? 25 what?
Let me go ahead and show you guys my P&L for today. I'm going to screenshot it right quick so I can't accidentally show you my account number. There we go. If you want to bring up my thing there, I'll show you guys. We are at, let's zoom in. We're at $103.80, putting us at $25,092. So back into the green after our crappy first day last week.
Oh, come on.
Did you jump back in?
No.
Oh.
Heck no. Not this late.
He said, oh, come on. I thought he was just jump back in.
I was talking about you ESing me over there.
Oh, come on. That's no ES.
Dude, I'm going to call you out on the ES, man.
There's nothing wrong. What's wrong with the ES?
Because I would have to trade a mini to match that. That is
Guys,
too tough.
Husk logic is way off. He's way off.
Yeah, man. Come on.
Explain to him how.
Now, are we having an ES competition or a NASDAQ competition? Which competition are we having?
We're having a trading competition.
No, it needs to be the same market. Mono.
No, we never said it had to be the same market. We never said that. So it is what it is. Listen, 5 micros. This is what you got to understand. 5 micros with 5 points. That's 125 risk. That's 3 micros with 20 points on the NQ. It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
It's the same thing.
Oh, that's so much harder to hold 20 points with 3 micros.
No, it's not. Trust me. Listen, the ES just moves so much slower. It's really, to me, it's more difficult to trade. That's why I don't trade it anymore. I like the volatility of the NQ.
They still need. Oh, here comes that 28.
Yeah, there's the push to the 100.
Yeah, that would have been tough to hold.
But guys, that Husk, where are you at on the competition? You didn't say.
24,937.
So he's only down $63. Not a big deal.
No, that would be
$150, but down $63 on the overall challenge. So,
yeah,
but no big deal. It's going to be a long challenge, guys. Matt's coming up next. Appreciate everybody on the back end there. Appreciate you, Husk, for coming in second today. And
All right.
we'll be back tomorrow at the same time, same place. We'll see you guys then.
Thank you, guys.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the bite. Welcome, rocket scooter. Burning trails where you're.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. Hold on real quick. Howdy, friends. Good afternoon. Always good afternoon to be with y'all here on MyFundedTV. I'm your host, Matt. Got sunglasses here for Lunch Money with Matt for the Lunch Money with Matt hour. All right, I'm tired of saying my name there. Good to see you. Thanks for the rockets. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Always so nice to see you guys here. Good afternoon to you as well. So the Million Challenge account is at account highs right now. As you might see, I'm walking into the day with $85,000 P&L here. And also the single prop account that won't quit has also made $4,000. So a couple stories here, right? I tell you guys, I'm babysitting my one final funded prop account I still have before I take my full break from prop trading to focus on this Million Challenge. But yet it won't let me quit just yet because I have one account left that has made max profit every day for 5 days. This is day 6. And so I'm up another 4K in that. I'm trying to blow it up, but dang it, it's just not happening. Well, that being said, it's pretty cool. So this is about 90K P&L today. It's been kind of a fun journey. Last night, well, I'll tell you the trade exactly what it was. And I told you guys yesterday, what did I say? News and market stuff is not binary, right? It's not like a yes or no. There's a maybe option. And I said the maybe option is, well, okay, so the yes is, yes, we'll do a ceasefire. Okay. And yes, we'll open the strait. Okay. The no is, screw you guys. We're not opening anything. Bring it on. But there's also the maybe in the middle where they would come up with this, okay, wait, let's stop. Let's give us some time to come up with a solution and then that will delay our efforts for a couple of weeks. And I said that, and that's ended up what happening, right? So you have to pay attention to, the different possible modes that you can have happen. And when that was going on, which I knew my bet was we were going to go maybe, right? So the maybe was going to cause some volatility before it went up. But basically we gapped up on NASDAQ last night and went right up to DD band. And I shorted it with 20 contracts, maybe something like that. That's it. And right when the upper DD band, I just put in a short. I waited. And then the crazy part was when that happened, market went up and I was down like 30 or 40K. And then it went down to there and I was up over 100 and something K. And I'm spamming it's all happened in a matter of maybe 10, 15 seconds. My account was just up, down. It was just crazy. And then I tried to spam closing the button here or closing the trade here, spamming the button. And my broker rejected all of those orders. It was 20 contracts. I'm going to show it to you guys. Finally here. Right, so this is the account history, right? This is what it's normally like when you're trading in higher volatility. It's pretty crazy. I couldn't even get filled through Ninja Trader of all things. It was pretty nuts. As you see, the frantic nature of me trying to exit this position, I'm spamming exit. I'm up over 100K in the single trade, and I'm spamming exit. Rejected, filled. And it filled me at 24,498. Literally here. It robbed me of 100 points at 20 contracts. It's crazy, right? So what's that? 20 contracts. Wait, hold on. 100 points. Let's do the math there. 100 points times $20 a point. Well, that was easy math. I needed my calculator. 100 points, $20 a point times 20 contracts. Robbed me of another 40K. Trying to just get out of that trade. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? So this becomes a lesson to you guys, is that nothing you do on paper is real until you are realizing that game. So I'm spamming it. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. It's like rejected, 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 filled. It wouldn't even fill me in that time. And I've had that happen in periods of high volatility, whether either A, NinjaTrader's system is just completely bombarded by everybody's stop orders to the degree that it just can't accept anymore, and then they just get rejected. That's one thing. But when it's rejected, it means it doesn't remember that you pushed exit. You need to keep clicking the exit button, because when it's rejected, it sends a message back to your platform that says no. So you can't just click it and be like, okay, I'm done with it. It'll fill whenever. Because they will reject, you got to spam it. You got to go exit, exit, go, 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 go. I'm like, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. So anyways, all of that was here. And this was 1732. It all happened in about 10 seconds worth of time. So I got filled pretty crumbly, like right there. Either case, my goal was to short DD into open, and that's all I was going to do. And the crazy part was I didn't expect it to be like it was all night. And we talked about this, right? We talked about how this upward movement is an absolute sham. The recovery that we've experienced has only been fueled by a huge short squeeze off of the momentum and pressure built from like this wartime trading. But there's nothing about the Strait of Hormuz that will heal the American economy and make the CPI that comes out on Friday come down, and the PCE that comes out on Thursday come down, and the GDP that comes out on Thursday come down, and the Michigan numbers coming out on Friday project less inflation. All this stuff is still happening this week. All of it. So I shorted, got the gap fill closed out, and to my surprise, the market flew. I'm talking flew up 840. I didn't do anything else. I just basically chilled on it. And then went 840, then the 960, then 25040, and then kept going, kept going, kept going, kept going, kept going. And we went all the way up to 206. And right when the market opened today, I shorted at the open and held it all the way to about here and closed out my short. Did nothing else. Market went up to here. I shorted from here to this green line a third time. Got that right. That's 3 successful shorts today, worth 90,000 total. 85 in this account, almost 4 or 86 in this one. No, 85 and almost, or so 89,000 today. And I am debating on, do I still want to be short this? The reason I'm shorting is that war news is over for now. Ceasefire between us and Iran, 2 weeks of silence, fine. But somebody says, when are we going to see Matt pressing the button? Pressing the button? At lunchtime, guys, you're only going to see me trade if you come to my stream most days in the mornings. At lunchtime, there's not usually a trade, right? A lot of times lunchtime is still, it's between pivots. There's not a lot to do. So unfortunately, lunchtime, you don't see me do a lot. I don't try to overtrade for the sake of, there's people watching me, so I must entertain you with the trade. I got to be still pretty cautious about where I enter the market. But let me show you guys the P&L curve of the million challenge. The goal that I'm doing right now is taking a $100,000 account to $1 million. I've taken multiple withdrawals from it. It says $320,000 balance, but that isn't the total P&L of the account. I've taken withdrawals. This is the total. You guys want to see my stats? Remember, I'm a big proponent of transparency, so I always show my stats, the history of this since Christmas. 755,000 P&L. So I am 3/4 of the way to $1 million. And here's the P&L curve. That will be 1,000% in 3 months on 100K. So wishing me luck. Thank you, guys. Thank you. 755, 714 gross P&L, 30K of commissions, 725 net. My targets get to $1 million gross. I don't really care about 1,030,000 offset the commissions, but we're pretty much there. Almost 3/4 of the way. Knocking on wood here. It's not a bad haul for like 3 months of trading, almost 3 months of trading. So December, January, February. Yeah, 3 months of trading in a week, 3 months in a week. So yeah, have any other question about like my performance or stats, let me know. I'm always willing to show you guys and show off what we do. I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of prop shows out there and a lot of streamers out there, but I'll be a little cocky for a minute. I think we're the best over here. Putting up those gains. That's why you come by to learn from the masters. That's why you're here at MyFundedTV. Crazy results. Thank you very much. The goal was you guys challenged me to make $1 million in a month. That was actually the challenge. Make $1 million in a month. I said, sure, challenge accepted. But December happened, and boy, that didn't happen in a month. I got my butt kicked right out the door. Remember, I had to refund the account at 100,000. I dipped below a couple of times and had to put in, one time I dipped to 30K and I had to put in 70. So net total, I think I put in 130K additional to the 100. So with a 230K total contribution, I've got 755,000 profit on it. So if I didn't, so yeah, not bad. But the goal was if I dipped under 100, I can just replenish it to 100. Oh yeah, you guys got to see. Oh yeah, even iDoc came on stream and made $5,000 earlier. We shorted from here to here. I told her, I was like, push some buttons, and she did it. Okay, so what do I think is going to happen today? It's really hard to say, right? I don't understand why this is happening to the degree that it is, unless Wall Street knows something we don't about CPI and other things this week. Like the market is got, why are we not pricing in GDP supposed to be bad, right? CPI supposed to be bad. Let's talk about that data. Remember, what I try to teach you, y'all are all my students here. I try to teach you how to think ahead. Remember yesterday, my goal was I'm going to get 10 steps ahead, right? That 10 steps ahead today was worth 100K. Not a bad decision. Let's get 10 steps ahead of this week. Okay. The market's been trading lower because of bad economic data. The Fed's no longer cutting rates as quickly as they were. They're going to get one rate cut a year for the next 2 years. That's it. Half a basis point, if anything. If you go to CME Fed Watch, it will even show you for the first time in a very long time, not only does almost 99% of people believe we get no rate cut, for the first time in as long as I can remember, there are people, this even confused me this morning, there are 1.6% chance we get a rate hike. For the first time in a long time, the current rate is not on the right side of this chart. I got confused this morning. I was like, wait, 99% of people think we get a cut. No, this is where we are. Some people think we're leaning towards rate hikes, okay? So this is pricing in the 30 days, 30-day Fed funds futures prices that allow you to get that probability of what people believe or betting on that we're going to have. So even some of Wall Street's betting that rate hikes are more appropriate. We go back to we talk about the dot plot, right? Remember December's projections? The Fed folks are like distributed like wider for 2027 and 2026. Now they've all pretty much consolidated. It's not as wide. It's a little bit smaller. There's people on the extremes that are now closer to the middle. It's still the same probability of 2 rate cuts at best, 1 per year. That's it. Okay. But also the projections are pretty weird because they think that the GDP change is going to be 2.4% this year. And the growth rate is slowing almost to a halt. So I don't know why the Fed thinks we land at 2%. Quarter-over-quarter growth is slowing to a halt. And it almost can get to a point of reversing. So we had a 0.9 that got revised to a 0.7, I believe, because I remember it being a 0.9. So now 0.7% means the growth rate's flattening out. And the number that comes out on the 9th, which is tomorrow, is expected to be a 0.7. As a matter of fact, just FYI, the last 2 reads missed expectations because we underestimated how bad the tariff situation and people losing their jobs really affecting the GDP. So one can only imagine that we'll miss this too and come in even slower. If this comes in at a 0 or less than 0, the market will sell all of this off immediately on that news.
So my thought is, how come it's not pricing that in now, being so close to tomorrow? And my thought was, I just want to be short just because GDP sucks, right? It's definitely too bullish for me to go all in on the short, but man, I want to be short so bad. You know what I'm saying? GDP's coming out, that growth rate is slowing down. Oh, and then we had like PCE coming out and CPI coming out, all this stuff coming out this week. So I think that as of yesterday, there's going to be no more headline-driven news. I feel like yesterday ended it. We finally got what we wanted, and now the market's just going to trickle up higher until it sees some other bad news related to the economy. No more, I think, is Israel bombs this, Iran bombs this, they're fighting in Lebanon now, wherever is going to move the market at all. I would completely forget about that noise and just listen for one thing. If the U.S. bombs another target in that region and violates the ceasefire, then all hell breaks loose. This will crash out. Any further betterment of relations between U.S. and Iran are not going to push the market higher. This was just a short squeeze. All that wound up potential just popped on that move. But I really think that the whole news-driven trade environment ended yesterday, and we're done. This is the last of it. And it's going to hit this high probably today and probably sit there today and maybe try to rally some more. But I bet you sometime next week, we're going to price all of this out. Why is price stalling here? There's just not a lot of selling pressure or volatility. And mechanically driven, there's just a lot of people covering their shorts right now off of this and getting squeezed up higher. Usually when the market moves like this, it's very rare does Wall Street start, every short that's punished right now, it's very rare they're going to give them reprieve by the end of the day. So it might close near highs today. It might pop a little higher overnight, but I think that this yellow line, I want to keep betting that we stay below it. So FOMC today, minutes of meeting come out today. Yeah. So the minutes aren't probably going to be that big, but who knows, right? The minutes are going to state pretty much exactly what the press conference stated. Nothing's going to be new news. There's a possibility that we don't get a rate cut this year. I mean, the projection is we might get one, but if inflation gets worse, we probably won't get one, especially if the Fed funds futures are pricing in the fact that we might get a rate hike. It's not even like a possibility. It's a 1% chance, but there's zero chance of a cut for the next meeting, which is in 2 weeks. So we'll see. Do I think opening the Strait of Hormuz and working out a peace deal with Iran is going to reverse the American economy? Not really. Do I think it's going to crash and sell off from here? It's very possible we price this out by next week, but I don't know if we price it out from today. Typically, if you got cut in a short and you didn't get out an hour ago, you're screwed. And I don't know if I want to jump back in and keep betting on this, but where's that yellow line sitting price rise? 25,206 and 68,36 in S&P. We have not seen much deterioration of the arbitrage number. We haven't seen much deterioration of resilience either. So the market's just strong. This is stronger than I thought. I thought we would pop and then immediately start selling off. Remember I told you yesterday, I thought we would get some good news and Wall Street would just immediately sell it off because it's prepping for bad economic data. So it looks like I was wrong on that. So maybe I'm just wrong on the time. I don't think I'm wrong. I think I'm just early. But for whatever reason, there's no volatility today. I just think by next week, we're back in the same wave lower, right? I don't know. I mean, the possibilities I could just be wrong. This was Wall Street's avenue to get back in, and the S&P breaks highs. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? I don't know. But volatility decline, the market's liquid here, and what do we do? What do we do, chat? I still want to kind of keep shorting it, though. Arbitrage is now 75. Let's do 70 points off the low. 60 and 70 is about 130. That is the low. I mean, that is the 75, and it's lowering a little bit. Do I want to? All right, let's do 5, but no more than 5. I keep wanting to take the same short. Now, the reason I chose here was because my arbitrage number says 75, and this is the size of the V's, 75. So 75 points is off the bottom here is about 130. So this is about that area where it could maybe turn around. Of course, S&P back to its open price. I have a hard time betting big that this is going to sell further, but I bet pretty big at the start of the day, which is kind of nice. I prefer going short or long. I like longing. I usually long more. Shorting is much easier to do when you learn how to short, but shorting is the hardest thing to learn how to do right. So once you master longing and shorting, your short's gonna be so easy. They hit the pivot, they fall really fast. You're in and out of the trade quick. Longing is more of a game of patience, holding on to a trade for a long period of time, holding through noise. So I prefer shorting, but I don't short that much. It's a crazy part, right? I usually long more often than I don't, but shorting is my favorite, but it's so rare that I do it. But it's so rare that the environment sets it up for it. But when I short, I usually get it right most of the time. Maybe not this time. This might be the wrong one, but that's how I kind of look at the market. Longing is you're gonna have a better chance longing, a higher win rate when longing. Markets are more stable and less volatile when you're longing. Less drawdown you take when you're longing. So longing is easier when you're newer. Shorting is easier when you're better. Yes, I'll say that. Like if you're just to chase a trade, a market that's moving up and you just dumbly long into the top, you'll just sometimes make money without taking any drawdown. But if you dumbly short at the bottom, you're going to take huge amounts of drawdown because of the volatility. And a lot of times, like short trades will just hit your pivot and then pivot immediately. Long trades sometimes will dance around at a pivot. Now, short trades you dance around a lot too. Sometimes you'll overshoot, but what makes shorting, I think, more fun is that it's quicker. You're in and out like much faster. Yeah, I took a small 5 contract short from here at the arbitrage distance of 70 points. There's not a pivot to short from other than I'm using ARB. We're way out of bounds and we're between pivots. My bet is that yellow line will still maybe stay resistance. This right here, though, shows the market's stable. There's no volatility here, so I really have no evidence to do so. Other than we close the gap one more time and drop down the same area here a second time. But I'd like to maintain a position through here to bet that we ultimately sell off into tomorrow. I don't know what it is, but maybe again, my theory is that everybody in Wall Street is focused on Iran right now. I'm focused on GDP, right? I'm a trader that gets 5 steps ahead. Is my thesis dumb, chat? At the start of the day, I gave the same thesis. I jumped in on the short. I was holding a little bit of drawdown. I was telling people, do you think my thesis is dumb? Am I making sense? The market sold off on bad economic data. Companies were beating earnings expectations when we thought they were going to be missing them because they were absorbing tariff costs. And they pass it through, right? So if they pass through tariff costs and things are more expensive for us now, a year later, and inflation is higher in general, and employment situation is worse in general, there's no way companies have done more sales this quarter. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. How are companies going to beat expectations this time around if GDP is worse and the economy is slowing down and inflation's higher? People be buying less shit. Companies are going to be missing revenue expectations, hands down. Like, if they beat it last time, they're going to miss it this time. That's what I think, right? An earnings season right around the corner. So that's my thought, is that we're going to be running into some pretty heavy, nasty data this week. And maybe they dip and it keeps rallying. Who knows? But I think leading into earnings season, we're still going to trade lower until earnings proves otherwise, which tells me I think we trade lower into this earnings and through it. And then by next earnings, we come out and we rally by the summer or at the end of the summer, next quarter. I don't know. Is my thesis dumb, chat? Tell me I'm dumb, or tell me I'm on. At least I'm building a good theory, right? I might be wrong. Today could have been the day that everybody's like, fuck it, we're buying the dip because we know something that other people don't know. Is it like, am I making some kind of sense? Is that a good theory? Again, trying to get way too ahead of the market sometimes can go against you, right? I'm trying to get ahead of things. Now, maybe today's the day they don't reward all the shorts or whatever. You know, because if you're caught upside down in a squeeze today, I think they're going to punish everybody. But for whatever reason, I don't know. It could be that we stabilize in here, which would be, we're so far out of bounds. I mean, we're way above the DD bands, and very rarely do I even ever attempt shorting way up here. But this is more of a fundamental play than anything. I told y'all yesterday, remember I said, man, I think we're going to go up, right? And I remember drawing this for y'all. Let's pretend like that candle wasn't even there. Let's just still get rid of this. Okay. I remember drawing yesterday. Remember when I said that about 25,000 was about it? I was like, yeah, we're probably going to trade higher and maybe trade higher a little bit and finish off the week. And then by next week, we're down here. I didn't expect this to take place in a single day, but that was kind of my target. And this was just an absurd candle based on something absurd. Like, we did not heal the economy in a Trump tweet. I don't know. So when I think about it, while this does give me remnants of April of last year when the market did this and then did this and then did this and started going, okay, maybe. But it, for whatever reason, it's hard pressed for me to believe that even if best case scenario, the market is flipping bullish, that GDP and CPI don't give us some wobbles on the way up, even if it is somehow turning bullish. There's no way that bad news is just going to be shrugged off and go straight up. So I think that at minimum, if I maintain a short up in here between now and Friday, I'm going to get a dip to here again. At minimum, just to retrace this, even if I'm wrong on the direction. So I think it's really smart for me to take these resistance areas and play off of them, betting on by Friday, we do price out most of this, if not all of it, by next week. But if we're just rolling around, clearly one of those 4 data points is going to be bad enough, right? Again, everybody right now is thinking Iran and oil and Strait of Hormuz. I'm thinking the real reason markets were selling. I'm taking a step back from it. Like I said, I think yesterday that ended the trade. That ended that trade. Maybe not by Friday. Let me start over. Not selling off the whole thing by Friday. Selling off the whole thing by 2 weeks. At least 2 weeks from now, we priced it all in. So basically by next Friday, not this one. I'm probably early for thinking that now. My thought is just taking some scalp stabs at this, and there's some weird liquidity here, right? For whatever reason, this market is not volatile at this point, and I think that it's going to take some shock. I think it's just because Wall Street is trying to do the insider trading game with Trump's stuff. They all knew to buy the dip and all that, and they all got prepped for it. Trump told us again, it's a good time to buy stocks. You know, he did the same thing again. I think that people learned in April, don't try to fade that. But I think this time around, I don't think it's going to work. So, but I might be early. I don't think we're going to fade and reverse it today, but I still think there's still some potential to hit that same spot a second time here. So I think my setup is to trade from about there to about there. So I took a starter position here at 5. And then like up here, I'll hit it with like 15 or so. And just bet that we don't advance further without chopping around. I mean, at least CPI and PCE and stuff are going to give us some chop. The expectations are bad. So I don't think we're out of the trade just yet. But with this sort of liquidity, I'm willing to jump back in as a bull at some bull pivots. Just not today. I still have a few short ops left on the table, but we'll see what we get. You don't know. You think we're minutes away from breaking ceasefire? Yeah, and even though, if you think about Patachan, you're right, because the opportunity here, if you're wanting to bet any furthering good news, is not good news to the market. The ceasefire completely goes through, and they're like, okay, everything's open. It's not like we're going to rally off of that and keep rallying. It's more like the opportunity is if the ceasefire is broken, we're going to absolutely tank. Like if we bomb another target out there one time, market's going to freak out, right? So the only news that can possibly leak in to move things again would be bad news. So the opportunity based on Iran is to bet that we break the ceasefire, which I don't think we will. But they might break it and draw us back in. And then if that's the case, then the market takes a nosedive. So being on the short side makes sense. Me wanting to be long to bet on further good news seems a little silly at this point. So I'm taking the stance here, and you heard it first on this channel, that the news trade is done. There's no more bullishness from Iran. It's going to be in the headlines, and it's going to have no effect starting today, unless it's us breaking the ceasefire, then breaking the ceasefire. then the market just goes down. Other than that, there's no upside potential left in the war. Now, what do you guys think about that thesis? You know what I mean? They can't, if like Iran and Israel declare peace, well, that market's not going to rally. They do a ceasefire, market's not going to rally. Donald Trump goes to Iran to visit, to shake hands with the president, market's not going to rally, right? It's done pricing in the ceasefire. It's done. That's what I feel like. It's finished, right? It's the market's finished going up on good news. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think any more good news can, because the reason we sold off was not because of escalating tensions. We sold off because of real reasons. But anyways, we'll see. So that's my theory. That is my theory. All right. So now where we are, I think, it's still trickling back higher. This was an obvious trade that just kind of pulled its way back up. And this was the weirdest open too, because honestly, when I looked at the order flow at the open, this was the slowest trickle of a move. Like right when we had the initial candle, there was no, y'all watch the candles this morning? It was just like, it was liquid. We were moving up and down a tick. The market was not volatile at the open. It was the weirdest open I've seen despite all the circumstances. Did y'all feel that too? Today's open. I actually had to double check that my internet didn't disconnect because I'm like, bid and ask aren't even moving. Like, what's going on? I looked and I said, did my rocks here disconnect? The candles aren't even moving. After that very, very, very first minute, we popped and dropped to here. We just sat still for like 20 seconds. It was the weirdest. It was the weirdest open auction that I saw. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't believe that it was not moving fast. And it just sat there for a minute. I was like, let me show you on the tick chart. It was crazy still at the open. And I had, like I said, I had to double check to make sure that my internet wasn't out because I was so surprised it wasn't even moving. And it would have been here at 8:30 my time. Yeah, here. You see 8:30. Look at 8:31 and 8:32. It just sat there and it was just still. For like 5, 10, 15 minutes, didn't do anything. It's crazy. And even after the initial pullback and it sat here, that's why I said I wasn't even convinced my internet was still on. Here. That was the most mild open I've seen in a long time. It just shows that we were very liquid. And so like at 9:30 this morning, I mean, there was no volatility. So that was down here. VIX was just chilling. And we're below triple B again, which is 2262, which we actually tapped 2 times. You guys remember that technique I teach you here when I call contango midpoint? There's our 2262 level, the one we talk about all the time. VIX tapped it once, tapped it twice, and rejected. Isn't that cool? That's how good that contango midpoint is at showing you where the market was. Although today, when I closed out of my short, was also because VIX was approaching triple B from the bottom when I closed out here. So I got out of the way. And when we hit that VIX pivot and VIX consolidated and went back up, I was on the sidelines. Pretty neat, right? VIX, I teach that in my boot camp. VIX triple B is a great exit target. It's a little place where volatility can turn around. Exit your shorts when you tap it. Exit your longs when you break it. Good stuff. Anywho. I threw 5 contracts at it with the intent to hit 15 more higher at the top. We'll see what happens. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm also going to short it in the prop account that doesn't quit. So we'll see what happens. That account's up $4,000. Let's see if I can make the other 6. Who knows? See if I can get it down there. Oh, did you guys know Houston gets some World Cup games this year? I forget which one. Let me see. Which ones do we get? We're talking about soccer. We get 7 matches at NRG Stadium this year. Woo, baby. I'm gonna try to go to as many of them as I can. Are you guys soccer fans? I'm super thrilled. So Atlanta got a few too. Ours are gonna be from June the 14th and July the 4th. We're gonna get Germany, Portugal, and Netherlands with a 30-day fan festival planned. Oh my God, it's gonna be crazy. NRG Stadium, that's where the rodeo is and where the Texans play. We're getting Germany versus Curacao, Portugal versus DR Congo, Jamaica, and CL, Netherlands versus Sweden, Poland, Portugal versus Uzbekistan, Cabo Verde versus Saudi Arabia. Then we're gonna get one of the round of 32 games and one of the round of 16 games. It's whoever wins and goes into that. So I might try to grab tickets to those games also, but we'll see. It's crazy. Like I'm so excited. Portugal's going to be good. I think I'm going to try to get some good tickets for that if I can. That'd be so fun. Y'all are definitely going. Oh, kick ass. Are you going in Houston? That would be fun. Yeah. I mean, we got some good stuff. Germany's a cool game. Portugal will be fun. With the round of 32 and 16 games will be obviously super hyped because you're in the countdown. Countdown. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Cricket not very famous in the USA. I know, and I don't know why. Cricket's kind of exciting if you ever watch it. I think in general, it's because baseball and cricket are very similar-ish, and baseball is kind of falling out of favor in the USA. People don't like baseball as much as they used to anymore, which kind of sucks. I was a baseball player myself and a football player, but people in the USA love American football, like probably in basketball more than anything now. They're a little more impatient watching like guys run around the field unless they're like punching each other. Why do I call it soccer or football? In the United States, we call it soccer because the reason we call it soccer instead of football, because the NFL and other American football are sort of like marketing football as American football in a marketing sense. So like Americans have sort of leaned into just calling it soccer. I don't know the history of the name, but nobody calls it football because football is so, just like when you say soda, everyone thinks of a Coke. Like when you say football, everybody thinks of the NFL. I feel like it's a marketing thing. So we don't call it like football. We just always call it soccer. So Americans love their American football. That's for sure. Why is tennis called tennis? I don't even know. But the original game of tennis, did you know? If you ever liked the original game of tennis, was actually a sport not played by average people. It was a sport played by by nobles. And in tennis, the original tennis game, you ever looked at a tennis court? There was a building with a roof, the original game of tennis, and I don't know all the pieces of it, but the goal was to hit the ball on the roof and it roll up the roof and land on the other side of the net. I remember reading about that. So tennis was called King's Court. Yeah, something like that. They'd hit the ball on the roof and then let it roll down the other side. It's so different. The original tennis game. That's all it. For product of doom scrolling, man, I learned so much stuff. King's Court. I don't know where the name tennis came from. But that's definitely a cool. And then the women that played it were like, it's like Victorian era or whatever. So they're wearing like, imagine somebody out there trying to play a game like that. It's like, a woman with like, she's got like a bonnet on her head and she's got like a poofy dress that's like this. And she's holding her little tennis court and she's running around, with the big sort of Victorian dress on. Like that's basically what they were doing. You know, it wasn't really like a high active sport where you actually were like running around. You know, this giant poofy dresses. Yeah, you know, the guy that's playing it's in a tuxedo with like coattails on. Oh no, it was like a nobles game. Yeah. So anyways. All right, my baby little short is up $1,000. Let's see if I can't get this going up to I don't know. Like I said, there's no volatility right now, and I have no confidence in a technical play from here. My bet is just fundamental. That sometime by the end of the day, the market starts realizing shit's gonna hit the fan for Friday and just start pulling back. I might as well put something on the table. Did I buy World Cup tickets? Not yet. I probably should get on that, or else I'll be paying an arm and a leg from a scalper. We're trying to call our connections to see if we can't get like connections to some, you know, good stuff, good seats, good parties, whatever. But if not, we'll just buy whatever tickets we can find. How did I place a trade during chat? I did a second ago, like right here, like right at this candle, like where we're consolidating right here. And we'll see. We shall see. But I'm excited to conclude the challenge. It's been a fun, I mean, I'll still be trading obviously, but it's just a fun event. We'll have a celebration for the finish line. Maybe I can convince people with MyFundedFutures to have a massive giveaway. Let's give away 1 million accounts for $1 million. Any takers? Hey guys, can you give away 1 million accounts? I'm just kidding. Maybe we could do like a big giveaway there, like 100 accounts or something. Let me beg the brass if we can do a finish line celebration here on MyFundedTV. A million accounts for $1 million? Okay. I'm just kidding. But maybe I can ask them if they can do a big celebration of a couple hundred. That'd be fun, right? Y'all might like that. Make a huge event out of it. Finish line celebration. Will we hit 64K subs today? Maybe we will. We are less than 100 away from getting 64. Do it. Do it, friends. S&P's now hit its current open price where we rejected earlier. It's hitting it one more time. Resilience is positive, so it really doesn't show there's a lot of rejection pressure there. But I am in the short. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Stream to be over. IDOC and I have a busy day. We're going to go run some errands. She's got to get a new car. And in the spirit of looking for new cars, she has a company car that for her previous company, and she should just switch jobs, and they're offering her another car, but I want to get her like, you know, a car that it's not a work vehicle. So she's been wanting to get something like a G-Wagon or something. We're going to go to look at everybody today and go see what we got. And in the mix of it, I told her we're going to go to the Ferrari dealership because I want to go look. I'm going to go test drive some Ferraris today. I don't think I'm in the market of getting a second car, but I've been kind of pissed off because my last car has been in the shop 2 times since I bought it because of electrical issues. And I'm like, man, if only I had another car to drive. My car's in the shop. But she's eyeballing me weird if I'm like buying a second car for myself within a 3-month span. I don't need another car. I'm not that kind of guy that likes to collect cars, but I still want to go test drive. And I know they have SUVs, Lambo dealership. We're going to go look at the Urus, and then we're going to go look at G-Wagons today. But no, I just wanted to go just check out and see what the new year model looks like. New Year's, the 2027s. So I think they should be in by now. An Audi RSQ8. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Audi's really nice. I used to have a 5, an S5. Like when I was an engineer, I had a S5 like 10 years ago. New Mercedes are nice. I had a Mercedes loaner car when my car was in the shop last time. It was some kind of Q something or other. I don't know. It was pretty bare bones though. There wasn't any package detail to it. It was the basic radio, the basic sound system. So it wasn't too bad. As far as the car goes, it was pretty nice. But I wasn't a big fan of the one I had. A Porsche for the win. Porsche could do. I used to have a Panamera like four or five cars ago. But I think she really wants the G-Wagon. Here's the thing. She wants like the muddy brown one. You know, like the matte colors, they're not shiny. It's like the matte color finish. And she wants the brown one. And I was like, don't get the poop car. Like, I don't know if you guys I think that trend of matte colored cars, like no shine, is not going to last more than a couple of years. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, right? When I call it the poop colored car. Hold on. She likes it. It's the matte color. I don't know if that trend is going to be around. This one right here. I don't know. Y'all like that? She likes that a lot. I don't get a say in it, but I'm like, do you like the brown one? I mean, it's not terrible looking, but I just feel like I don't know if that trend is going to stick around for a while. Like it doesn't look bad, but it just doesn't look, I don't know. I don't like the cars that aren't shiny. They're not shiny. I don't like the matte finish cars. That's just me. I don't know, my personal taste. But the Aston Martin SUV. Oh yeah, those are actually pretty nice. The DBX, I think is what it's called. We actually went and test drove those when we went to go look at SUVs the first time. They're actually they're really quick, and they're actually really, really, really nice looking on the outside. I don't know. I'm just a big fan of Aston, as you guys know. I love that front grille on it, just that curved color, and even like the you get it with that. I forgot the name of the green. There's two different kinds of greens. There's the racing green, and then there's this one. This is like this emerald green color they have. It's kind of their new hot color. If you get this with black rims, I think it's pretty sweet looking, like this color right here. They're pretty nice. Oh, looks like trade's taken off. Very nice. Very, 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 very nice. Nothing like killing it while hanging out with chat. Let's go. So we're gonna go. Do I still have the Maserati? I still do, actually. I didn't get rid of it yet. We kept it because I mean, it's too good of a car to sell, I think. They don't make Ghiblis anymore. They stopped making them this year. And mine is the 2019, which is that's the last year that they had the Ferrari engines in them. So they don't even have the distinct sound after that. I liked it too much, and the trade-in was only worth like $20K. You know, it's a 6-year-old car. And when I went and bought the Aston, I could have traded it in, but I'm like, what good is $20K towards, you know, a $320,000 car? I'd rather just keep a very nice car that had no miles on it, just in case we need another car. And I was trying to give it away to somebody in the family. It's about $100,000 car when it's new, and so you trade them as about $20K worth. So, you know, it's like, do I want $20K extra, or do I want a really nice car that you couldn't buy anything close to that for $20K anywhere? And it's still perfect condition, barely 40,000 miles on it, you know? So I decided to keep it. Now I got those two cars in the garage, and she's about to get her work car. And then, so I'll probably ultimately decide, you know, Italian cars, especially Maseratis and stuff, most of them lose like 40% the first year. That's kind of what's crazy about Italian sports cars, or any kind of Italian car. Maseratis and Lamborghinis, they don't keep value that quickly. I mean, they lose value quickly. So if you're gonna ever Porsche, my Porsche is the same thing. Like if you buy a car, like a very high-end Italian sports car sort of thing, always buy 1 year old. Always buy a 1 year pre-owned if you can. Like that's a huge depreciation. Hey, let somebody else take it. It's gonna be new to you, man. Let someone else freaking take it. I got my Panamera, which was at the time in 2015, which would probably be close to 300 something now. But in 2015, it was a $210,000 car. That's a decade ago. And I got it for almost half price buying it a year pre-owned. I mean, that's the way to go. Would I would go with the McLaren W1 or Aston Martin Valkyrie? I'll have to say in this one, I'm going to go with the McLaren. I like the Valkyries, but I don't like the idea that you got to climb into your Valkyrie. There's no door on it. There's not a door that opens and you walk in. You got to literally like climb into it. And then it looks like it is so uncomfortable on the inside. Have y'all seen them? They're cool looking. But I don't like that. I like the look. I just wouldn't like to own one. They look sick though. Here, let me show you the Valkyrie. But you're climbing into the car. You're not like there's like a little baby tiny door, but that's it. It's not like a door that opens and you can just walk right in. You're basically climbing in and you're stuffed into this tiny little. So you can get like the cabin here. Hold on. So we can get a picture of the inside. You see how small it is? It just looks so uncomfortable. Here's a better picture of a close-up one. I mean, you gotta be able to get in and get out of that thing comfortably. They have those little like gull wing doors on the top, these tiny little ones. That's it. And you're basically, I don't know. They look cool, but I don't think I'd ever buy one. The red one looks cool though. Holy crap. I actually kind of think this is neat looking. That is so weird and futuristic. That's actually pretty cool looking. The red with the black top on it. Oh shit, I'm not even paying attention. What's going on with my trade here? What about classic muscle exotic cars? I do like classic muscle cars. I'm a huge fan of a lot of classic muscle cars. Missed my exit. Yeah, we'll see. Let me look at it. Let me take care real quick. Hold on. This is more of a like end of the day play, but we'll see. Let's not have some green candles here, you know? Was that the liquidity sweep here? Sweeping around. What do we got? Come on, close below this 25,100 level. Let's go. Dude, for whatever reason, I've been so lucky today, man. My entries have been spot on. All of them. I don't know. I've just been hitting them back to back to back. Look at this one right here. I shorted DD band, got out the exit. I shorted at my yellow line, got out here. I shorted here with 10, got out here. And I shorted here with 5, and I'm still in it. I don't know, man. Today's been a lucky day for me. I've been hitting all the pivots on point. It's not always like this, but man, I'm on point today. Do I think it falls further? Yeah, since this candle is closing below last 2 candles lows after that sweep, it's going to find even lower lows from here. Yeah. That sweep failed to find support. It's easy to see that. So a lot of times you get that big sweep candle like this, and then the next candle closes lower with lower volume. The algos are yanking it lower. So we're going to go back. My trade was just to here though. That's all I wanted to get to. 63. And we'll see. I'm short in 5 contracts here and 4 contracts in the prop account that won't quit. That one's up $7,500. This will be, if I get 10K, this will be day 6 that I got 10K in a row with one prop account. Max profit you can make in a day with that prop. Nuts. So 6 days in a row, man. And I've been YOLOing that freaking account just to be done with it. Isn't it crazy? Well, thanks for joining, guys. Thanks for being here on the stream, of course. Love having y'all here. Ceasefire is not the end of the war. Yeah, no, it's not. No, the ceasefire is between the United States and Iran. This is Israel and Iran are still going to be like fighting each other. This is U.S. involvement at this point. What does the rest of the day look like? Is the VIX picking up a little bit? We'll see what happens. It's only 5 contracts, dude. I'm just gonna hold on to this and see where it goes. It's at some lower lows would be kind of nice. At least I hit that 60 target. That's the scalp I wanted to do. If we go to 60, you're only talking like another $7,000 or something. No, I'm still in my short. If you look at the top right of the screen, you can still, if you see green numbers like over here, it'll show you when you're in a trade on NinjaTrader, it'll display right next to your entry your expected P&L. So when you see these numbers here, the position here, the position here, I'm in a trade still. Lower lows, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Keep going lower. Hit the lowers here. Lowers here. We don't want to see no trend line bounces or anything. I told y'all when you fail liquidity sweep and drop on volume, it's all algorithmic. It's going to find lower lows. This ain't my first rodeo, kids. The prop account that just won't quit. Let's trim this down to 2 and just hold a runner on 2. Trim this one down to 2 and hold a runner on 2. The prop account that won't quit is now up to 9,000. I've trimmed it down to 2. Yeehaw! I've officially made $100,000 today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all being here every day. Well, I got some runners, so it's 100,000 plus or minus 1,000. 91,000 in this account, 9,000 in the other. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was a good day. Well, with that being said, guys, I got to get out here in a couple minutes. As you know, every single day, we're here for lunch, and then after lunch, show's over. But you don't have to go home. You just can't stay here because we are done. But do me a favor. If you head over to my channel, we all pile in and hang out in the afternoons over on my channel. We got my streamer in the afternoon, Neon. And then, of course, Brad later on in the evening after that. You say here, MyFundedFutures has Stephen K. Always a joy. Don't forget to catch Stephen K's stream at night. Asia Sesh. Don't forget to grab your $77 for your 25K flex plan. A couple of things. We got that. We got the 50% off first-time users for Pro and 30% off existing users for Pro. Those are my favorite MyFundedFutures accounts, by the way. Before I went live, those are the ones I traded. Here's the link to my stream. We should be live there. I'll be hanging out with you guys. Neon's all over it. We'll be talking about the trades we're doing. And then maybe by the end of the day, I make a little bit more than 100K. We'll see. But until then, be careful. Like I said, I believe that the wartime bull news is over. I think that this news, all we're going to have is either bad news or no news. So we're either drifting up on fundamentals or selling off on bad drifting up still on fundamentals. But bad news, tomorrow, Friday, is going to be choppy. So don't forget that, I would say that today's a good day to stop thinking, I wonder if the ceasefire this, or if US and Iran that. I believe yesterday that trade is dead. It's no longer a thing. Are we summoning like our Megazords here or something? Like
No, that's you gotta try it.
Megazord. Thanks. What are we celebrating?
I just wanted to say bye to them before you go.
Pink Ranger.
Clip that.
Please don't. All right, guys, we got to get out of here. Love y'all to death. We're gonna go be Power Rangers, I guess. All right, we'll see you guys later. Have a good one. See y'all later.